Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 4058 under Committee Report number 18. This refers to the 2026 General Appropriations Bill, the parliamentary status of which is that we are in the period of interpellation. I further move that we now consider the budget of the Office of the Vice President and recognize the distinguished sponsor, our Chair of the Committee on Finance, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian.
Yeah. Any objection? The Chair hears none. The consideration of House Bill 4058 under Committee Report number 18 is in order. We now recognize Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, the Chairman of the Committee on Finance, to sponsor the budget of the Office of the Vice President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Mr. President, we respectfully submit for the body's consideration the proposed new appropriations for the Office of the Vice President for fiscal year 2026 amounting to 889 million pesos. Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, Senator Robin Padilla is seeking the floor for a manifestation of support. I move that he be recognized.
Senator Robin Padilla is recognized. And by the way, he would like to recognize the presence of the Vice President, Vice President Sara Duterte. Welcome to the Senate, Your Honor. Go ahead, Senator Padilla.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo at sa ating pong pinunong mayorya. Ako po'y walang katanungan sa ating ginoong sponsor, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, kundi ako po'y magmamanifest lamang. Ako po'y natutuwa sapagkat dito po sa ating bulwagan ay atin pong hindi binawasan ang budget ng ating pangalawang Pangulo, bagkus ay dinagdagan. Sapagkat alam niyo po, sa akin pong karanasan sa tuwing may dadating na kalamidad, kalungkutan, kamatayan, naandyan po lagi ang ating pangalawang Pangulo upang makiramay, tumulong, kahit saan pong lupalop sa Pilipinas, makikita po natin ang opisina ng ating pangalawang Pangulo at siya mismo pumupunta sa mga lugar na hindi pa po naabot ng kahit na sinong naging public official. Kaya ako po'y masaya at ako po'y nagpapasalamat sa ating mga kasama, sa ating pong sponsor, Senator Sherwin, sa ating pong Senate President, sa lahat po na bumubuo, sa lahat po ng mga senador. Maraming salamat po at hindi po nagmula dito sa ating bulwagan ang pang-iipit sa ating pangalawang Pangulo. Muli po, maraming salamat at pinatutunayan ko po ng napakalaki ng naitulong ng ating pangalawang Pangulo. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you. Majority Leader, what is the pleasure of the body?
Yes, Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move to close the period of interpellation on the budget of the Office of the Vice President and that the same be deemed submitted for the body's consideration.
Any objection? Hearing none, the budget of the Office of the Vice President is hereby deemed submitted. 1 minute suspension. Bale, yan si Loren.
Mr. President, I move that we consider the budget of the following agencies: Marawi Compensation Board, the National Amnesty Commission, Office of the Presidential Advisor on Peace, Reconciliation and Unity, National Intelligence Coordinating Agency, and the National Security Council, and recognize the distinguished Senator Win Gatchalian to sponsor the following agencies.
Any objections? Chair hears none. Senator Sherwin Gatchalian is recognized to sponsor the enumerated offices.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Mr. President, we respectfully submit for the body's consideration the fiscal year 2026 proposed new appropriations for the National Intelligence Coordinating Agency amounting to 2.7 billion pesos and for the National Security Council amounting to 1.2 billion pesos. Likewise, Mr. President, we are also submitting for the body's consideration the proposed new appropriations for the Office of the Presidential Advisor on Peace, Reconciliation and Unity, amounting to 8.9 billion pesos.
Yes.
Tama. For the National Amnesty Commission, amounting to 305 million pesos, and for the Marawi Compensation Board, amounting to 2.2 billion pesos. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, Senator Lauren Legarda is seeking the floor. I move that she be recognized.
Senator Loren Legarda is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the budget of all the agencies, especially the NSC, the NSA, and I used to defend this for a couple of years, and I'm glad that the Office of the Presidential Advisor for Peace is also here. I would just like to manifest that I commend the chair for including under the Senate Committee report OPAPRU's budget increase of 1.7 billion, if I'm not mistaken. It was included. This supports the educational assistance program for decommissioned combatants of the MILF and the MNLF, their family members or next of kin, and eligible indigenous peoples. This program provides 50,000 per learner per school year to enable access to formal education. And I would just like to put on record that this is a peace, security, and education budget all rolled into one. We all know that in conflict-affected communities, education is a proven deterrent to recruitment, a pathway to economic mobility, and a stabilizing force that strengthens both identity and civic engagement. This is part of our continuing implementation of the socio-economic component of the normalization track of a comprehensive agreement on the Bangsamoro, and it is a crucial part of the ongoing peace process. I will not ask any questions. I will talk to the presidential advisor on how many are covered and what else they need and how we can help through other agencies aside from this, let's say the SWD. I just wanted to put on record, and I hope and pray that this increase of the Senate budget for OPAPRU, for peace, security, and education for our combatants will not be deleted in the BICAM. This is very important. But also, just as an advice, this is a big amount. We have to ensure it really goes to education. This is for scholarships, not for MOE, for other needs, although there are needs. It should go direct. And so the Senate committee would probably be, we would be happy to receive the list of the recipients of the scholarship program. So I commend the chair for heeding, for listening during the budget hearings and committing it at the time. And I checked the committee report, nandyan nga, nandyan talaga. So ibig sabihin, yung mga natutuklasan po natin sa mga hearing ay hindi lang, sige, kami bahala dyan. Talagang pinapatupad ng ating chair. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Lauren. Kayo po ang may kayo po ang dahilan kaya po nagkaroon ng ganitong intervention, especially on educational assistance. During the hearing, yung discussion ho natin, nalaman ho natin kay General Galvez na sa marami pong hiling ng mga taong bumabalik sa mainstream, no? Education in top of mind nila. So alam ko marami silang pangangailangan, pero kung may isang pangangailangan na talagang gusto ho nila matanggap sa ating gobyerno, yun po yung educational assistance. At maganda ho yan dahil binibigyan nila ng malaking pahalaga yung edukasyon ng kanilang mga anak at of course yung kinabukasan, yung future ng kanilang pamilya. Kaya ho, doon po sa hearing nagmungkahi ho kayo na bigyan po ng educational assistance at yun po ngayon ay nailagay ho natin sa ating committee report. Kaya kami po ang magpapasalamat ho sa inyo. Thank you.
With that, Mr. President,
Sure,
there being no
yes.
other reservation for interpellation, I move to close the period of interpellation on the budget of the following agencies: the Marawi Compensation Board, the National Amnesty Commission, Office of the Presidential Advisor on Peace, Reconciliation and Unity, National Intelligence Coordinating Agency, National Security Council, and that the same be deemed submitted for the body's consideration.
Any objection? Hearing none, the budgets of the following: Marawi Compensation Board, the National Amnesty Commission, the Office of the Presidential Advisor on Peace, Reconciliation and Unity, National Intelligence Coordinating Agency, and the National Security Council's budget are hereby deemed submitted.
Ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Yeah, hello,
Majority
Mr.
Leader.
President. Yes,
Did you adjourn the meeting in the back?
yes, Mr. President. This one?
All right.
The
Good.
second one, the second one.
Very
Thank
good.
you, Mr. President. Good morning, Mr. President. My apologies for being a bit delayed. We did end up late last night, this morning, and a bit of excitement that I will make cuento to you later. But, Mr. President, move that the department, or we consider the budget of the Department of Transportation. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Consideration of the budget of the Department of Transportation is in order. Chairman is
Yes, the chairman is our
Sponsor.
distinguished Deputy Majority Leader, Senator J.V. Ercito. May we recognize him to give the details of the
Senator
budget.
J.B. Ersto is recognized, but before you give the details, the session is suspended. We ask Senator Loren Legarda to take over the chair. Session suspended.
Resumed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Madam President. Madam President, may we recognize once again Senator Ercito to give the details of the budget and to interpolate our distinguished Senate President Vicente Soto III.
Thank you. We recognize Senate President Vicente Soto, and we recognize, of course, our sponsor, Senator J.V. Ejercito.
Thank you, Madam President. As Vice Chairperson of the Subcommittee F of the Senate Committee on Finance, this representation is honored to sponsor the proposed fiscal year 2026 budget of the Department of Transportation and its attached agencies and corporations. The DOTR family joins us this afternoon, headed by Acting Secretary Giovanni Lopez. For the record, the recommended budget of for the DOTR and its attached agencies and corporations for fiscal year 2026 is 191,861,790,000 pesos, which is broken down as follows. Office of the Secretary, 141,708,341,000 pesos. Civil Aeronautics Board, 262,380,000 pesos. The Maritime Industry Authority, 1,477,468,000 pesos. Office of the Transportation Cooperatives, 47,304,000 pesos. Office for Transportation Security, 1,156,862,000 pesos. The Philippine Coast Guard, 44,558,276,000 pesos. The Toll Regulatory Board, 78,650,000 pesos. Further, for the DOTR attached corporations, Light Rail Transit Authority, 1,220,896,000 pesos. The Philippine National Railways, 1,351,622,000 pesos. Madam President, the Senate Committee report reflects our steadfast commitment to modernize, improve, and sustain the transport sector. With the support of Sen. Win Gatchalian, the chairperson of the Committee on Finance, we are proud to report the following key accomplishments in the Senate Committee report. For the maritime sector, Mr. President, Madam President, in support of the brave men and women of the Philippine Coast Guard, we have introduced an amendment that secures the allocation of 4,900,000,000 pesos for the acquisition of more than 400 floating assets, together with an allocation boosting their technological capabilities. This additional appropriation underscores the Senate's commitment to upholding the sovereignty and patrimony of our nation. ensuring that the Philippine Coast Guard is adequately equipped to carry out its sworn mandate. Also, in recognition of the valiant efforts of the Philippine Coast Guard, the Senate intends to raise the daily subsistence allowance of over 34,321 personnel from 150 pesos to 350 pesos. For the implementation of the Magna Carta for seafarers, we have also allocated 96,285,000 pesos. This has been long overdue and is an investment for the well-deserved seafarers whose talents and perseverance are known and recognized all over the world. For the air sector, Madam President, with the objective to stimulate economic growth, enhance regional transportation connectivity, and advance tourism development in key regions across the country, we will fund several airport projects in Bicol, Daet, Camiguin, Siargao, and Catbalogan. And of course, not to forget Bukidnon of the Majority Leader. This is a special mention. We will make sure that it will be funded and be completed. In addition to the ones already funded under the GAP. Funding for the Bicol International Airport project is proposed at 1 billion pesos. The Daet, Camiguin, and Catbalogan airports will each receive funding of 250 million pesos for further development. Likewise, the Siargao Airport is allocated 100 million to upgrade the passenger experience in support of our tourism sector. For the rail sector, Madam President, for the railway sector, we continue to ensure that the funding for foreign assisted projects remains under the program appropriations, while also committing to expedite the release of funds under the program appropriations to accelerate the completion of our major rail infrastructure projects. We have also provided an amendment for the subsidy of LRT passengers at 1 billion pesos, a provision for the operations and maintenance of the LRT at over 300 million pesos, additional support and funding for MRT3 at 120 million pesos. For the road sector, Madam President, for the road sector, we have an increase of 1,300,000 pesos for the public transport modernization program, bringing the total appropriation for the program to 2,532 million pesos. With that, Madam President, we are now ready to answer the questions from our colleagues. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Mr. Madam President.
Thank you. We thank the sponsor. You may proceed with the interpellations.
Thank you, Madam President. Your Honor, the Vice Chairman for the Department of Transportation, and will you yield to a few questions that we would like to pose?
Yes, sir, certainly from our Senate President. Anything, of course, your intervention will always be welcome.
Thank you. As usual, I will be short, but I just have to place on record a few points. And as usual, the can opener of the interpellations. I am in full support of the budget of the Department of Transportation, but I cannot let it pass without inquiring some points on the policy and the budget itself. As you well know, the Department of Transportation is always close to my heart because I drive myself every day. The only time I use a driver is when there is no parking in the place I'm going to. No, so I know how the department moves and what's new and what's happening. And by the way, the suspicion of the Majority Leader is unfounded that I drive myself and I have no driver because I'm hiding or I'm hiding something. You know? As a matter of fact, all my cars have no tints. It's untinted. Kaya malinis.
What?
All right. Anyway, thank you. Mr. President, Madam President, I should say, Your Honor, according to the WHO, the World Health Organization, road traffic injuries are the leading cause of death among Filipinos, aged 15 to 29. In fact, in 2023 alone, road crashes claimed 13,125 lives of the Filipinos, not to mention the various major road accidents reported in the news in 2024 and 2025. More importantly, road accidents are one of the top killers of our children, whose lives we are duty-bound to protect. This is the reason why in 1999, and just for the record, I should mention that I authored the Seatbelts Use Law. In 2015, I authored the Children's Safety on Motorcycles Act of 2015, and in 2018, I co-authored the Child Safety in Motor Vehicles Act. But these alone are not sufficient. We have to actively do more to prevent these road accidents. So my question, what are the programs and plans under the Philippine Road Safety Action Plan for 2023 to 2028?
Madam President, we agree with the Senate President, because if anyone here knows what the real situation on the ground, on the road, it's you, because you really drive yourself, no? But unfortunately, the road crashes, no, yung accidents still reached 13,000 last year, as you mentioned. But there are some measures that we have passed in the Senate, no, yung child safety and the speed limiters law, which we also passed. I think this has really helped a lot, because before there are a lot of buses, especially those that travel long distances. Wala pong wala silang speed limiters, and there have been a lot of accidents before. But with the implementation of the Speed Limiters Act, I think there's a significant drop in the occurrence of accidents involving buses, Madam President. Also, according to our secretary, they are now trying to focus on the motorcycle riders, because more than 50%, probably 60% of the road crashes are involves motorcycle riders, no? Well, it's self-explanatory because there's only two wheels. But more importantly, Madam President, actually, I plan to, being a rider myself, I also plan to introduce a bill that would require mandatory riders education before somebody is allowed to buy or purchase a motorcycle. So we will, and also getting the license. No? Iba kasi yung lisensya ng motor, that's a different type. So the LTO will now, the OTR and LTO will now require riders education before they are able to avail of the license that will allow them to ride motorcycle, Madam President. So these are the long-term plans, Madam President. I think the introduction of the riders education, the mandatory riders education before any purchase of motorcycle and issuance of license will be very helpful in case we are able to pass this measure.
Yes, I agree, and I hope that is included in the Philippine Road Safety Action Plan, no, for 2023 to 2028 in your program. Okay, so again, will that include medyo stricter giving out of licenses by LTO? Ano, yung pagkuha ng lisensya hindi kasing dali nung araw. Nung araw, napakadali. As a matter of fact, there were some years ago that marami nagalit sa akin. Sabi ko, pagka naghigpit uli ang LTO ng pagkuha ng lisensya at gayahin yung katulad ng pagkuha ng lisensya sa ibang bansa, katulad sa Amerika, ulitan. Lahat na magbe-birthday, panibago uli. Na, yun ang suggestion ko some years back. And I said, I guarantee that 50% of the drivers will fail. Di ba? Ay ganun kadali kumuha ng lisensya nung araw. So hopefully, kasama sa action plan ninyo na yun, Riders Education Program, at hindi lang education program nagpapatakbo, dapat may konting, kumbaga sa yung sinasabi ninyo sa mga taxi driver, di ba? Ayaw nyo ng nakakamiseta, or di ba, kailangan maayos ang pananamit. Ganon din sa mga riders. Dami ko nakakasabay, nakachinelas Papanong, di ba, papanong makakakilos ng matinuyan kung nakachinelas? At hindi nasisita. No? So, I hope that is included in your road safety action plan. Well-educated drivers na yung sumusunod sa, yung isang araw, nagre-reklamo sa akin yung aking political officer, si Hatch. Sabi niya, bakit itong mga driver natin hindi nakakaintindi nung isa-isa? Hindi ba? Hindi nakakaintindi nung isa-isa. Pasasingitan na singitan. Talagang and I experience it daily. I do not have motorcycle escorts, but I can see the motorcycle riders, and it's pandemonium most of the time. So, kaya nagiging ganyan ang mga aksidente because of these actions or these things that happen. So again, hopefully, that will be included, in your road safety plan. Do we get that assurance, Your Honor?
Yes, Madam President, our Senate President, our Secretary has committed, and he said that they will make sure that the practical driving course for motorcycle riders will be implemented before the issuance of license, and before they are allowed to purchase motorcycles. Kasi nangyayari po ngayon, Mr. Senate President, ang dali hong kumuha ng motorsiklo, mag-down payment ka lang, ilang libo lamang, makukuha mo na, kahit na wala hong training, minsan po talaga, sa totoo ako'y rider, pero nakikita ko meron talagang mga hindi rin disiplinado, akala nila bisikleta lang na nalagyan ng makina. Kaya nagiging delikado. Kaya I think this introduction of mandatory training for motorcycle riders will be a big step towards road safety. And also, meron pang suggestion that aside from sa DepEd po sana, aside from the GMRC now that being implemented, that yung pong traffic rules, regulations, and etiquette be also included in the courses. Para alam na po ng mga tao, kahit na hindi po sila motorista, they know the traffic rules and for safety reasons as well.
At saka, pero ngayon yan, yan yung mga kasama sa road safety plan nyo. Paano yung mga dati na? Dati na may mga lisensya, dati na mga nagmamaneho. Hindi ba dapat medyo higpitan nyo ng konti? Di ba? In coordination with the traffic management, the LTO itself and traffic management, dapat higpitan nyo ng konti, paghuhulihin yung lumalabag. Para madala. Kaya mababait magmaneho ang mga Pilipino in other places dahil mahigpit dun doon medyo hindi ka huminto sa stop sign. Huli ka agad ticket ka. Kung hindi man, yari ka rin sa
Saka masunurin po sa
CCTV.
ibang bansa.
Sa ibang bansa, masunurin. Pag dito, bastusan di ba? Talagang, so, higpitan lang. Higpitan nyo lalo. Palagay ko, baka makaiwas tayo sa mga malalaking aksidente.
Yes, Madam President, Mr. Senate President, Secretary Lopez said that they will make sure that the enforcement will be stricter this time, and they will employ a merit and demerit system na talagang pag ikaw frequent violator, wala na, your license can be suspended or even canceled.
Yan, tama yun. Because iba yung nag-iigpit ako nagpapahuli. Mga 3 beses na ako huli na speeding sa sa NLEX tsaka sa SLEX Nagpapahuli ko.
Masarap po kasi driving kotse niya, SP.
Minsan lumalampas Hindi, may mga babagal lang kasi, kaya nilalampasan ko. Ngayon, nakakatawa nga minsan may anecdote si Senator Lacson. Sayang, wala pa siya rito sa taas nahuli si Senator Lacson sa Skyway. Sabi, nagpahuli din siya, nagpapahuli yun Minaabot niya yung sensya niya. Sabi sa kanya, pangalawang beses na kayo nahuli. Sabi sa kanya, sabi nung nanguhuli, yung Skyway Patrol. Sabi, pangalawa kayong nahuli namin. Tinanong ni Senator Lacson, sino yung isa? Si Senator Soto. Anyway, your proposed 100 million for the implementation of the Philippine Road Safety Action Plan 2023-2028, wala Wala ako nakita. Both in the NEP and the GAB. Walang funding. Ano ba ito? What would be the effect if that is not funded?
Unfortunately, Mr. Senate President, hindi nga ho ito na ibigay. But according to our secretary, they cannot intensify itong new efforts that they would want to introduce. Yung po mga nabanggit natin. So they will go back to the old program. They will just have to do and be contented with existing
Pero may
programs
funding
that
yung
they have.
old program nyo. May funding kayong pwedeng gamitin from the DOTR. Because kung wala, naloko na.
Unfortunately, wala akong funding, SP.
We must take a look at this at this point. Chairman of the Committee on Finance, hopefully may look into this. Baka mayroong pagkukunan din doon sa kanila proper, di ba? Para hindi tayo gumalaw sa iba.
Actually,
So that,
Mr. President, we included it in the subcommittee report, not approved by the mother committee, just in case meron hong sobra. Kasi po, as you pointed out, this is very important, especially with still a lot of road crashes every year. The DOTR is asking for about 100 million for this program, yung Road Safety Program, Mr. President, Madam President.
Alright, sige. Pwede yun. Kung merong makita si Senator Gatchalian dyan na kahit dun mismo sa kanilang budget itself. No? We're talking of, what is the total budget of DOTR?
Per GAB is 190 billion.
190 billion. Yeah. Siguro naman may naliligaw na 100 million dyan na pwede. Anyway, that's it. Thank you for yielding, Your Honor. Thank you very much to the DOTR family. Madam President, thank you. I end my interpellation.
We thank the Senate President for its interventions. We suspend session for 1 minute.
Mr. President, I never had a doubt whenever you drove alone. I know you're a trustworthy husband.
Thank you, Your
Si
Honor.
Senator Lauren lang yun na medyo suspicious. Mr. President, I move that we recognize next to interpolate the budget is distinguished Deputy Majority Floor Leader Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Senator Risa Ontiveros, the Deputy Majority Leader, is recognized.
Salamat po, Mr. President. At magandang hapon po, Mr. Chairman. Kung maaari po, magsimula po ako dun sa paksanong staffing at expertise para i-finalize yung local public transport route plans. Mr. President, the DOTR has publicly committed to completing 50% of route rationalization by the end of 2025 and 100% by 2026. Given that as of mid-2024, only roughly 11% or 174 out of about 1,600 LGUs had approved local public transport route plans or LPTRPs. Ano pong specific technical interventions at additional budget allocations ang nasa 2026 GAB para realistically makalundag mula sa 11% completion rate hanggang 50% sa loob lamang ng isang taon, Mr. Chair?
Mr. President, regarding road rationalization, at present, according to Secretary Lopez, they're at 36%. And also, from the local government units, the DOTR already took over. No? Sila na po ang mag-implement by next year. And also, next year, they target 75% na?
By mid-77, by next year, and the entire year 100%.
By mid next year, about 77%, and hopefully by the end of the year, they would target to have 100% of the route rationalization. Likewise,
So we have to procure this music. Yeah, to the same thing like I said.
also for additional information, as of November 15, 2025, 1,237 LGUs out of 1,591 LGUs have already submitted their draft local public transportation route plan for the review of the DOTR and the LTFRB. Out of the 1,591 LGUs, 617 LGUs are compliant or have been approved. 421 have been issued a notice of compliance and special notice of compliance. 196 LGUs have been identified for the issuance of an NNC. So those are additional information, Your Honor.
Salamat, good sponsor, Mr. President. So maganda, nakikita po natin meron talagang improved rate na pinaplano ng completion ng department hanggang katapusan ng susunod na taon. Meron bang any special technical interventions or additional budget allocations na nasa GAB para ma-achieve itong mga targets na ito, Mr. President?
Sorry for the day, Mr. President, because
It's all right, Mr. President.
I'm still having a difficult time with my eyesight. Hindi ko babasa yung kanilang note cards.
Oh, take your
kinukunan
time,
ko muna
Mr.
ng
Chair.
picture.
Opo.
The strategic transport model for the MUSEP or the Greater NCR is set to be set for completion by end 2027 and will guide the metropolitan route rationalization study for 2025. Ongoing route planning activities include capacity building under the JICA TCP, workshops, LPTRP manual, enhancement, operator training, guidelines for PUB stops and intermodal hubs to improve accessibility and modal shift, procurement of consultants for interregional and interprovincial route rationalization, and finally, finalization of NCR LPTRPs for Infra-LGU routes, supported by DOTR, LTFRB, led formulation, workshops, and public consultations.
Salamat, Mr. President. At yung, kung hindi man lahat, yung ilan sa mga interventions na ito, pati yung maganda, no, meron palang mas strategic pa na framework hanggang 2027. Yung ilan or lahat po ng ito ay may additional budget allocations po sa 2026 GAB, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. President, Your Honor, for the PTMP, no, under GAB, it was given a budget of 1.3 billion. But through the Senate's intervention, we increased it to 2.5 billion.
Okay.
So halos na doble po natin here in the Senate Committee Report.
Alright, salamat po, Mr. President. And mamaya may follow-up question ko tungkol dun sa binanggit ng good sponsor na yung JICA, yung papel ng JICA sa importanteng prosesong ito.
And according to Secretary Lopez,
Yes,
with
Mr.
this
Chair.
increase, it will address the issues that were mentioned earlier. Malaking tulong po.
At mabuti po yan, Mr. Chair. Salamat po. So, to ensure that this 2-year timeline is not another moving target, pwede po bang mag-submit ang department ng organizational structure at saka staffing pattern nung Franchise Planning and Monitoring Division at nung PUVMP Project Management Office, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, the Secretary said they will comply. By next week, they will be submitting to Your Honor's office, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat, Mr. President. Specifically, we request a table showing the ratio of urban transport planners to the number of pending LPTRPs. And if the ratio is shown to be insufficient, may signed contract po ba ang department para sa third-party manpower support para ma-clear talaga yung backlog by 2025, Mr. President?
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to Secretary Lopez, that will be based on the consultant recommendation that they will be procuring by next year using these funds, Your Honor.
Alright. Salamat, Mr. President. Opo, na-note ko nga yung isa sa mga specific technical interventions na binanggit nyo kanina ay yung pag-procure ng mga consultants na ito. Okay. So, dako naman po ako dun sa 2 root causes ng PTMP unbankability sa DBP. Mr. President, there were reports that indicate that the Development Bank of the Philippines has suspended its Pasada loan program for transport cooperatives and is proposing to raise the required equity or down payment from 5% to a staggering 25% due to a past due rate of 25% among borrowers. I have a 2-part question regarding this policy shift. First, regarding the financial consequences. Aware po ba ang DBP sa pagkaalam ng department? Aware ba ang bank na ang pagtaas ng equity requirement sa 25% sa unit na nagkakahalagang 2.8 million pesos ay pepwersahin ang isang kooperatiba na mag-shell out ng 700,000 pesos bawat jeepney sa upfront cash. considering that the government subsidy is only 260,000 pesos, hindi ba effectively, Mr. President, mateterminate nito yung modernization program para sa vast majority ng transport sector na hindi kakayaning erase itong kapital na to, Mr. President?
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to our to the DOTR, they are already negotiating with the Development Bank of the Philippines and Land Bank for the restructuring of the debts, and they will also be increasing the subsidy with the given the budget that the DOTR will have next year, and also they will now implement an open market so that it will be a lot of players can come in, and the standards have been adjusted accordingly kasi po napakamahal ho talaga ng modern jeepney. It costs about 2.5 million, but with their adjustments, cheaper models may now come in to as low as 1.2 million. So halos kalahati na lang po. Yun na, I think that has been the problem. Medyo malaki po. It's a little bit expensive for modern jeepney, yung 2.5 million. So hopefully, if they can really achieve this by the adjustment of the standards to cheaper models of 1.2 million.
Salamat, Mr. President. Yung negotiation po ba ng department sa DBP at Land Bank ay may target na i-retain yung equity requirement sa 5% or at least something lower than 25%, Mr. President?
With regards to the issue of the equity requirement, LTFRB plans to, as mentioned earlier, to increase the subsidy so that they will have now the capacity to pay the loans by increasing the subsidy this coming year, Your Honor.
Magkano po ang increased subsidy na plano ng department ibigay, Mr. President?
At present, Your Honor, the subsidy is 260,000.
Opo.
So they plan to increase it to 400,000.
400,000, Mr. President. So, mukhang kailangan pa rin i-negotiate na huwag itaas mula sa 5% hanggang 25% yung puhunan. Susubukan pa rin ba ng department i-retain at 5%? Kasi bagamat mas maigi na ang 400,000 kesa sa 250,000 subsidy, still kahit pa yung mas murang modelo na 1 million plus ang papasok, 400,000 at best would represent 40% nung kabuang halaga, Mr. President.
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to the OTR, that they will really try to negotiate to really lower the interest rates from DBP and Land Bank. So, yun po, the lowest possible. So, sasagarin na po nila talaga para maging mas magaan po ito sa mga operators, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat para doon, Mr. President, at sa department din. Ano yung magiging opening bid nila? Susubukan ba nilang magnego para sa 5% pa rin, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor. They agree na 5% po. That will be the starting.
Salamat, Mr. President. I wish the department the best of luck at sigurado ko yung ibang mga nasa public utility vehicles, lalo na sa jeepney sector, ay magwi-wish din ng luck sa kanila dahil marami-rami yung pumasok na sa programa at malamang marami-rami pa ang gustong makapasok basta't makalikha ng conducive environment yung department para sa kanila. Secondly, Mr. President, regarding the root cause of unbankability, posible po ba na yung high default rate, yung nabanggit kaninang 25% past due rate among borrowers, ay hindi dahil sa mismanagement ng mga kooperatiba, pero dahil hindi pa nase-secure ng department yung mismong mga assets na the bank is lending against. Specifically, Mr. President, nakatanggap na po ba ang DBP ng assistance mula sa department para i-clear yung mga kolorong vehicles mula dun sa mga rationalized routes? Kasi po, Mr. President, if the state mandates modernization but fails to remove illegal competition, hindi ba lumalabas na regulatory taking po yan ng franchise value at magja-justify ng shift dun sa walang kamatayang advocacy ng transport sector panahon pa ng pandemic na service contracting kung saan yung gobyerno na ang mag-a-assume ng revenue risk, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, according to our secretary, they will really be very, very aggressive against these colorum vehicles. And currently, they are actually, they have already apprehended a lot, and they will be submitting a report regarding this matter. So that at least, I know that we know that this is a concern, so that at least the new operators will have a better income, once the colorum vehicles and other illegal public utility vehicles on the road are apprehended, Your Honor. They will submit us a report on the drive against colorum vehicles.
I would appreciate that, Mr. President, at muli salamat in advance sa department para dyan. Just to give broad strokes, pag sinasabi nilang marami na silang na-apprehend, maybe what percentage nung mga alam nilang mga colorum vehicles ang na-apprehend na nila mula sa mga rationalized routes, Mr. President?
This year, Honor, sir, for additional information, according to the Coast Guard and the LTFRB, they have apprehended about 2,000 buses and jeepneys, colorum buses and jeepneys.
From what percentage of the rationalized routes, Mr. President?
Your Honor, Secretary Lopez said based on the percentage of the rationalized route, they will be submitting again. They will they will include this in their report that they will be submitting to Your Honor.
All right. Salamat, Mr. President. Dahil kung medyo marami pa sa mga rationalized routes ay hindi na clear yung mga colorum vehicles doon, kung mabagal man yung progress dyan sa kung anumang dahilan, baka pwedeng maging parte nga ng solusyon bukod sa expansion ng modernization program ay yung pagsama kahit ng component sa modernization program ng service contracting kung saan gobyerno na mag-a-assume ng revenue risk para mag-secure ng ganyang mas mataas na income sa public transport drivers and operators natin, Mr. President.
Your Honor, Mr. President, unfortunately, po service contract of about 1.3 billion in the GAB was not included in the Senate report, and it was transferred to the PTMP. But they are requesting that this will be a big leap, no, towards their for the route rationalization and their.
It helps, sir. The service contracting helps the legitimate cooperatives that
And the service contracting will be able to help and support the legitimate cooperatives modernize. So they're appealing that we restore, if not add, no, ito pong natanggal na budget. Nandito lang po yung chairman natin. Hopefully, this will, we'll submit also our recommendation.
Salamat, Mr. President. Pag ginawa po yan ng ating Vice Chair, sasama po itong representasyong ito para suportahan yung appeal na ito ng department. Salamat, Mr. President. At yung high default rate, yun ngang 25% po, symptom din ba iyan ng badly designed routes mismo? We understand that the DOTR's consultants, TTPI and UP, NCTS, and even after JICA, na binanggit ng good sponsor, Mr. President, even after JICA has also stepped up to help, DOTR's consultants are struggling to deliver accurate route plans because they're relying on obsolete data that ignores post-pandemic travel patterns. Paano nga ba pautang, Mr. President, ang bangko batay sa isang route rationalization plan na hindi po nakakapture kung nasa saan talaga yung mga pasahero, Mr. President?
Yes, Secretary Lopez said he agrees with your Honor's observation. No, that's why for PTMP, they would want to involve the consultant already. It's part of their budget, and they will now make use of the technology. No, it will now be technology driven, so that it will help in the improvement of the route rationalization. And also, last but not the least, they are coordinating closely also with the LGUs concerned.
Well, salamat, Mr. President. Sana po itong mas paggamit ng teknolohiya at saka koordinasyon ng LGUs, dahil yun din ang first line ng coordination ng mga public utility vehicle operators at drivers, no, yung Committee on Transportation halimbawa sa LGU, na ito ay makapag-deliver talaga ng mas maayos na mga ruta na mas magiging solid na basehan ng mga bangko sa pagpapautang sa mga kooperatiba. Huling issue ko po sa paksang ito, Mr. President, yung consequence ng delayed route rationalization plan. Mr. President, many consolidated cooperatives remain unbankable because the route rationalization plan, especially for Mega Manila, is severely delayed. Kaya wini-welcome ko rin po, Mr. President, yung sinabi ng good sponsor kanina tungkol sa target na makumpleto sa lalong madaling panahon nung plano para sa NCR. But ito, Mega Manila, severely delayed. And this prevents the LTFRB from issuing the necessary notice of selection to the cooperatives. However, DOTR's ongoing JICA study nga po for the route rationalization plan, which will provide the much-awaited official and, gaya ng nabanggit ng good sponsor, Mr. President, technically vetted 10-year ridership projections per finalized route, will not be completed until mid-2027. So magkikita pa po tayo ulit dito sa budget plenary interpellation, Mr. President, bago makumpleto yan. So this additional long wait means that consolidated transport co-ops, which have followed the government mandate, are presently in financial limbo. So for the next 1.5 years, nasa financial limbo sila. Operators that have consolidated into co-ops are already married to the modernization mandate. But the absence of the notice of selection, the NOS, until route viability is confirmed by the DOTR, denies them the ridership guarantee needed for bank loans. So, ang hirap po, committed sila sa programa, uutang na sana sa bangko, pero madidelay ng 1.5 taon pa yung isang requirement. So, may 2 questions on this, Mr. President. Pwede po bang mag-provide ang department ng comparative matrix na pinapakita yung total number of cooperatives per city and province that are fully consolidated, how many among them have already successfully received a final NOS or Certificate of Public Convenience, CPC, based on an approved route plan, demonstrating how many of these entities are currently in financial limbo, Mr. President. So pwede po bang ma-provide yung matrix na iyon, Mr. President?
Yes, Secretary Lopez commits that they will submit the matrix and other pertinent documents that will be required next week.
Salamat, Mr. President. At sana nga po kasama doon yung ilan sa total number of co-ops na to per Political Administrative Unit or LGU ay may final NOS or CPC na base sa approved route plan. Para makita po natin ilan sa kanila ang in financial limbo nga po, Mr. President. And pangalawa at huli sa paksang ito, former DOTR Secretary Vince Dizon told this representation in April this year that one immediate way out of this financial limbo is increasing the roads where there will be dedicated lanes for consolidated co-ops, especially those that have already taken out loans for modern fleets. This can indeed increase the number of trips per day that they can make. Ito po bang setting up ng mas maraming dedicated lanes, ala yung EDSA, Bus Carousel, Mr. President, funded po ba ito sa 2026 NEP, Mr. President?
Your Honor, Mr. President, the EDSA carousel has funding. But for the other dedicated lanes that they have proposed in the other major arteries, unfortunately, wala hong funding. So it's just EDSA carousel that was given funding.
Hindi po ba nag-request ang department ng dedicated lanes para dito sa mga transport co-ops, Mr. President? Lalo na jeepney transport co-ops.
Yes, they did, Your Honor, Mr. President. Unfortunately, it was not included in the NEP.
I see. May plano po ba sila kung hindi man appeal ngayong taon para sa mga susunod na taon? Para maunahan naman yung 1.5 taon na in financial limbo pa itong mga jeepney co-ops, Mr. President.
Your Honor, again, the Secretary is requesting and appealing for additional funding for this. If given, I think this will really greatly improve ito pong dedicated lanes and others. Of course, this will also improve the the projected income of ito pa mga cooperatives if in case there will be a dedicated lanes. And not to mention that of course the traffic flow as well.
So therefore, Mr. President, achieving some of the objectives nung Transport Modernization Program in the first place. So muli, makikipagtrabaho po ang representasyong ito sa ating sponsor sa puntong ito, Mr. President. Salamat po.
We welcome the support of us, Your Honor,
Thank you, sir.
for this program.
Nga po. Dako na po ako sa DOTR Labor Management Dialogue Mechanism. My office has been in close coordination with labor unions and workers associations supporting construction workers in the ADB-funded Malolos-Clark Railway Project and South Commuter Railway Project. These projects, while critical to our national development, continue to face recurring and documented cases of labor standards and labor law violations, including delayed or unpaid wages, non-remittance of SSS and Pag-ibig contributions, excessive working hours, unsafe working conditions, and poor living arrangements, especially among subcontracted workers. One concrete proposal repeatedly surfaced in these discussions is the adoption of a labor management dialogue mechanism. This mechanism will serve as a structured platform for regular dialogue between the Workers' Association or union, general contractors, and DOTR. A concept note has already been prepared, and I understand that DOTR, together with at least 2 joint venture contractors, had expressed willingness to pilot test this mechanism. So, Mr. President, ano po yung current status at internal decision-making timeline para i-institutionalize itong proposed labor management dialogue mechanism concept note, Mr. President?
Mr. President, Your Honor, feedback and suggestions from labor organizations are more than welcome. So we can ensure that the labor practices of their contractors are up to standard. In line with this, the DOTR is in contact with Building and Wood Workers International regarding the establishment of a labor management dialogue mechanism. DOTR discussed the proposal with BWI last 14 October 2025, and both parties are currently discussing next steps. The same proposal is being discussed in parallel with relevant contractors. The DOTR is fully supportive and committed to bridge the discussion between the contractors, BWI, and workers, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat para doon, Mr. President. At sa department muli, may internal decision timeline po ba sila para i-institutionalize yung labor management dialogue mechanism na ito, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor. According to Secretary Lopez, by first quarter next year, they intend to enter into a memorandum of agreement already.
Maraming salamat, Mr. President. At sa Secretary, pang Happy New Year ito sa BWI at sa mga partner unions at associations nila. Something really to look forward to in the new year, Mr. President. And huling tanong sa paksang ito, since the department and at least 2 joint venture contractors had previously expressed willingness to pilot the LMDM, so even before the first quarter next year, pwede po bang mag-commit ang DOTR ngayong araw na agad i-operationalize itong structured mechanism kahit dun sa dalawa munang kapilot nila, tapos periodically mag-ulat sa Senado tungkol sa progress nila, Mr. President?
Yes, Secretary Lopez is nodding his head, and he said that they will comply.
Maraming salamat, Mr. President. That's a good secretary. And huling tanong ko na lang po para sa interpelasyong ito, Mr. President, tungkol sa Philippine Coast Guard. The Senate augmented the budget of the PCG by about 8.6 billion pesos in the Senate version of the GAB for the purchase of floating assets. At narinig ko nga po si good sponsor, Mr. President, kanina may binanggit na 4.9 billion pesos para sa 4 million floating assets, if I noted these correctly. I welcome the much-needed and well-deserved additional support for the PCG. Pwede ko lang po bang tanungin kung bahagi ng amendment na ito ay para makabili ng unmanned surface vehicles? At kung oo, ilang units ng mga ito ang bibilihin sa 2026, Mr. President?
Your Honor, Mr. President, we included in that purchase is a 97-meter MRV, or multi-road vessel, response vessel, 97 meters. But most are smaller aluminum boats because of the current situation that we are always now being visited by calamity. So they will also use these aluminum boats, about 400 bill? 40. About 40 aluminum boats that they will be used for search and rescue.
Okay.
But there is no unmanned vessel on the list.
Kung ganon, Mr. President, para lang i-put on record na I received a letter from the PCG asking for support for the purchase of this asset, yung pong mga USVs or unmanned surface vehicles, which I will forward to the committee. And I hope the good chair can consider augmenting their budget for this. These USVs are a necessity in protecting our territory and would help the PCG achieve this goal, Mr. President.
And 197. Actually, the total, they concentrated more on the multi-role vessels.
Yes.
As I mentioned earlier, there's 197 meter. Medyo malaki po ito
Apo.
para hindi nabubuli masyado. And then there are 87 meters as well. So at least hindi naman ano. Again, we, just like the AFP, we do not have plans of matching Chinese Coast Guard, but at least that minimum credible posture, no, na re-respetuhin naman. So hopefully we can already have this. So siguro in mga 2 to 3 years din po construction, even 4 years. So hopefully can have this as soon as possible as part
dito
of
po,
our West Philippine Sea protection.
Opo, dito po i-construct, Mr. President. Hindi po.
Your Honor, yung pong 97 meters will be from Japan.
Okay po.
And then the others will be a joint venture with Ostal. And it will be, meron pong one will be constructed in Cebu.
Salamat, Mr. President. That's good news also para dun sa overall na pagtaguyod natin ng self-reliant defense posture, whether sa Coast Guard or sa AFP. So gaya ng nabanggit ko kanina, Mr. President, welcome ko po yung kailangan talaga at deserve na dagdag na suporta sa PCG. Sa pamamagitan man nung mga MRVs na ito, aluminum boats, and yun na nga, pag isasubmit ko na lang po yung sulat din nila tungkol din sa mga unmanned surface vehicles at sana baka magawan din po natin ng paraan. Hindi man yung kabuuan, kahit bahagi, simula ngayong taon, moving forward.
We take your Honor's support for the Philippine Coast Guard, and likewise, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank our Chair of the Committee on Finance for approving most of the committee's recommendation regarding the Coast Guard because of the precarious situation in the West Philippine Sea. We really need to give our men, no doubt yung men and women natin of the Coast Guard will be willing to sacrifice even their lives. But we need to give them the proper equipment. Kaya nga po yung Teresa Magbanwa class, that's our biggest ship. We will be ordering one also. Yun po yung 97 meters from Japan.
Okay.
And then 3 more 87 meters. So, ang target nila is about 5 of these in the coming years. So kahit na hindi naman natin kaya, dahan-dahan po, no? We will have a very, we plan to have a respectable Coast Guard fleet in the next coming years.
Maraming salamat, Mr. President. Sumasali po itong representasyong ito sa pagpapasalamat ng Vice Chair sa ating Chair. At para sa interpelasyong ito, maraming salamat, good sponsor sa DOTR family at Mr. President or Madam.
We'd like to thank
Maraming
Senator
salamat.
Otiveros also for the support for the DOTR family, especially sa Coast Guard. No? We really appreciate the support for the Coast Guard and everybody for the DOTR family.
Salamat, Mr. Chair, Mr. President.
All right. Thank you, Senator Otiveros. We now recognize Senator Rafi Tulfo for the continuation of the period of interpellation on the DOTR.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ang issue ko po, Mr. President, dalawa lamang po sa LTO and sa PPA. Umpisahan po natin, Mr. President, yung e-bike. Marami na po akong natatanggap na reklamo tungkol sa e-bike. Sila na po ngayon ang hari ng kalsada. Dati jeepney, ngayon ang e-bike na raw. Ano pong programa meron ng ating LTO para ma-regulate po itong pagdami ng e-bike? Again, don't get me wrong, I don't have anything against sa e-bike. Ito po ay ginagawang hanap buhay ng iba nating mga kababayan. Sabi nga nila, kaysa naman magnakaw, nakakapiruwi siya ng konti, at least may kumikita, nakakatulong sa pamilya, etc. Pero lumalala po yung problema sa e-bike. And itong mga nag-e-bike, of course, nagsasakay sila mga pasahero, walang mga lisensya. At of course, dahil hindi sila rehistrado sa LTO, wala din po silang mga insurance, third-party liability. So kapag sila po ay nakasagasa, then sorry na lang. Ito ba, itong issue sa e-bike, ito ba ay binibigyan atensyon ng ating LTO, Mr. President and Mr. Sponsor? Ayan o, may video tayo.
Your Honor, Mr. President, tama po yung inyong obserbasyon, no? Ako rin po nakikita natin yung mga e-bikes, no? Kung saan-saan. But there was a memorandum circular issued by then Secretary Bautista requiring
LTO issued the MC
ay yung LTO pala ang nag-issue ng MC
for registration
of the
and ng LTO
of the e-bikes.
sa lisensya ng magdadrive.
At saka yung mga lisensya ng magdadrive nito. But now, they are, but it was suspended by Secretary Bautista back then. But now, according to Secretary Lopez, pag-aaralan po nila, no, they will have public consultations regarding the, of course, yung safety, yung registrability, and the issuance of license, no? Para po dito sa mga e-bikes na ito. Tama po kayo. Medyo nakakatakot din po dahil magaan po sila. As of now, bawal po sila dapat sa mga main thoroughfares. So, ang kailangan nila paigtingin yung enforcement, Your Honor.
Pero nakikita pa rin sila sa mga main thoroughfare, Mr. President. Nakikita, in fact, coming here from my residence, binilang ko yung e-bike na nadaanan ko, siguro may mga 50. Very prominent na sila ngayon. Kumbaga, natabunan nila yung tricycle ang concern ko rin, itong mga tricycle drivers natin, tricycle operator, dumaan sa butas ng karayman halos kasi paparegister sila ng tricycle nila, kukuha sila ng prangkisa, tapos magme-member sila ng TODA, kailangan meron silang insurance, tapos kailangan may driver's license sila and all. Samantala itong mga e-bike na mga operator, nada. Bibili silang e-bike, after that, pasada na sila, game na. So, nababawasan din ang kita nito mga legit na tricycle operators and drivers. Mr. President.
Your Honor, ang dilema po ng LTO at ng DOTR, ito pong mga napakita niyong video, ay LGU ang nagbigay po ng prangkisa, no? Pero as far as LTO is concerned, hindi po sila registered at hindi po sila dapat dumaan ng main thoroughfares. Pero for leeway, pinapayagan po sila sa mga barangay, sa mga subdivision. Hindi po sila dapat dumaan ng main thoroughfare, Your Honor.
But that's main thoroughfare, Mr. President. Kasi kita mo naman, lahat ng whether light or heavy vehicles dumadaan, so that is considered as main thoroughfare. And tapos 1, 2, 3, 4. Pag 4 lanes na kalsada, that should be considered as main thoroughfare at dumadaan po sila. And then wala po mga driver's license yan.
According to LTO, they will now apprehend. Kasi po, LGU po ang nagbigay ho yata na pahintulot, pero as far as LTO is concerned, hindi po dapat payagan, no, sa main thoroughfares.
Maging fair po dapat tayo. Wala pong kontra dito sa mga e-bike operators. Pero bakit hindi ho tayo makipag-coordinate sa DILG para yung DILG kakausapin tong mga LGU, magkakaroon ng instructions, magkakaroon ng agreement between LTO and LGU para malaman nila, magdi-design sila ng programa na ma-regulate na maayos itong e-bikes na hindi naman po mamamatay yung mga traditional tricycles natin. Na itong mga tricycle drivers na nakausap ko, sila po yung nababawasan ng kita. And yet, sila ay magme-member ng TODA, tapos sila po may nag-iintriga pa sila ng kita, tapos meron silang insurance, driver's license, etc. Itong mga e-bike operators, bibili sila ng e-bike dyan, and then after that, punta lang sa LGU, and then pasada na. So siguro it's about time na pag-isipan po natin na obligahin natin itong mga e-bike drivers, operators, na kumuha ng driver's license. If not, siguro apprehend sila or pagsabihan po itong LGU.
Your Honor, according to Secretary Lopez, nagpapasalamat po sila sa inyo pong paglabas nito pong sa inyo pong suggestion. They will coordinate with the DILG and the LGUs, and they said that they will comply, no? They will apprehend ito pong mga e-bikes kasi tama po kayo, dapat maging patas lamang dahil yung mga tricycle may prangkisa, no? Meron po silang boundary at lahat sumusunod po sila. So at nababawasan din po yung kita, dapat lang maging patas, and they have the commitment that they will comply yung pong inyo pong mga request. Nag-commit po ang ating bagong LTO head si Asika Lacanilaw that by December 1 huhulihin na po lahat po ng mga e-trikes na nasa kalye.
Ayan, kayo mga na e-bike, e-trikes, December 1, wag na muna kayo mamasada. Hindi, maging parehas na kayo. Kasi syempre, mahal ko rin yung mga tricycle drivers. Lumalapit din sila sa atin. Again, sabi ko ang kanina, itong mga tricycle drivers natin, matagal ng panahon, nagsiservisyo, kukuha muna sila ng prangkisa, tapos mag-register sa LTO para sa lisensya, at magbibigay ng boundary. So, ang dami nilang ginagawa, no? Kukuha ng insurance, third-party liability. Hindi basta-basta maging member pa ng TODA, samantalang itong e-bike o e-trikes, wala talaga eh. Tapos ngayon, pag nagka-disgrasya o gumawa ng violation, paano sila issuehan ng citation o ticket for traffic violation? Okay, matanong ko lang, ngayon kasi December 1st, yung mga in the past and then in the coming days until December 1st, pag nagkaroon ng violation ang isang e-bike driver, sino ang magtitiket sa kanila at ano ang ticket na matatanggap nila? Wala naman silang driver's license, karamihan sa kanila. So ano ipapakita nila doon sa apprehending officer?
Your Honor, according to LTO and DOTR, automatic impound na. Kasi po yung nakikikwenta nyo, dilema po talaga eh. Minsan, hindi talaga sila lisensyado. Minsan, mga nanay-nanay pa ho ang nagdadrive. May mga kasamang mga anak na delikado, very light. So, yun po ang sabi ng LTO from now on. Talagang dapat ho, pag nasa main thoroughfare especially, talagang automatic impound na po nila.
Yun. Again, ulitin ko, wala akong problema doon sa e-bike o e-trike. Siguro sa loob ng subdivision, why not? Pero once na humalo ka na doon sa mga regular traffic, meaning sa mga kalsada na nandun yung mga heavy, light, and medium vehicles, dapat wag na silang pumunta doon. So starting December 1, ito'y para malaman ng lahat ng mga e-bike operator o driver o e-trike, whatever you call them, then by December 1, wag na.
Tama po.
Wag na
Basta
kayo
po, main thoroughfares, bawal na po talaga sila. Dahil siguro bibigyan natin ng leeway sa barangay o kaya sa mga subdivisions. Pero sa main thoroughfare ay talagang hindi na po sila papayagan.
So siguro ang LTO ay magbibigay ng notice sa LGUs through DILG para ipaalam, para hindi na natin magugulat, baka magulat na naman itong mga e-trike o e-bikes operators o drivers. Teka muna, pinanghuli kami, hindi namin alam yan
Yes, Your Honor. Secretary Lopez said that they will comply by tomorrow. They will write the DILG and also inform the LGUs.
Okay. Gusto ko lang malaman, so after December 1, anong sunod na mangyari? Kawawa din naman itong mga bumili, nag-invest sa e-trike. So ano yung programa meron ang LTO for this group of transport operators?
Your Honor, according to LTO and DOTR, they have to study the registrability and also yung safety na kayo ninyo pong binanggit. They will need to evaluate, magpa-public consultation sila if this will really be allowed. Kasi nga po, nakita natin yung inyo pong mga video, nakakatakot po, no? Napakagaan. Pag sinalpok, talagang yung safety ng mga nasa loob, talagang dapat hong i-consider. So they will, ang dalawang bagay po, yung registrability, safety, and yung issuance of licenses of the operator, would-be operator, Your Honor.
And of course, insurance siguro din.
And probably insurance, sige po, isasama na po natin.
Maybe I'll pass a legislation pertaining to the issue on this group of transport operators, itong mga e-bikes, kasama na dyan yung mga habal-habal para magkaroon ng strict regulation. Papayagan natin sila pero strictly regulated. Para na sa gayon, magkaroon ng safety nga sa kalsada at maging patas sa lahat.
Tama po. Sumasang-ayon naman ng ating DOTR family.
Kasi sa ngayon, dati di ba pag sinabi mong jeepney, ang king of the road, jeepney driver, ngayon ang king of the road, e-bikes na. May bagong hari na sa daan. Anyway, that's good news na starting December 1, may gagawin move ang LTO para dito sa mga e-bike operators. Pero kailangan po natin din sila maimpormahan. Pangit naman kung huliin sila tapos i-impound yung kanilang mga e-bikes. Hindi naman din ako sang-ayon dyan. Impormahan sila and then come December 1, makapag-ready sila. Hindi naman sila mamamasada until na magkaroon ng public consultation tungkol dun sa programa na fit o bagay sa kanilang ginagawang hanap buhay.
Yes, according to our secretary, by December 1, mag-i-info drive muna sila. Mag-iikot. Just to inform, sabihan po muna lahat na nakikita. So, bibigyan muna nila ng chance malaman po lahat, information campaign, bago po sila maghuli. No? At least, may warning po muna sila.
Easy lang yan. Ang gagawin ng LTO, pumunta sa LGU. And then yung LGU, impormahan yung mga traffic enforcers. May mga kanya-kanyang traffic enforcers sa mga LGU eh. And these traffic enforcers, these people in barangays, will inform naman itong e-bike o e-trike operators. Kilala naman ito mga taga-barangay at mga traffic enforcers kung sino yung mga e-bike, e-trike operators to let them properly know na meron ng bagong patakaran ang LTO tungkol sa pagmamaneho ng e-bike sa kalsada.
Yes, I honor Secretary Lopez that they will really coordinate with the LGUs as well, aside from the DILG.
Okay. Now, meron pa ko isang concern sa LTO. Ito siguro bago sa previous administration siguro ito na LTO. Matanong ko lang po yung sa command center system ninyo. Magkano po na budget doon?
Your Honor, it was funded 2020 with a budget of initially about 800, almost 900 million, and it's now it is already operational, Your Honor.
It is operational or it's half operational?
Partially operational.
Partially operational. At saan po yung mga CCTV nakapwesto nito mga... Kasi pag sinabi command center, that means may mga CCTV cameras sa mga kalye tulad ng sa MMDA na nagmamonitor ng flow ng traffic in case of accident, in case kailangan ng tulong, ang sino mang na-stuck na motorista, etc. etc. Then monitored ito ng kanilang CCTV at nakikita sa control center at agad-agad makapag-responde yung mga kawani ng LTO like flying squad, kung flying squad pa rin bang tawag dyan. Sa ngayon kasi, mukhang wala ako nakikitang CCTV, mga cameras nakapwesto sa mga kalsada sa iba't ibang lugar sa Metro Manila na pag-aari ng LTO o LTO nag-install. Kung nakikita niyo po sa screen, TV screen, sa kaliwa yung LTO Command Center, isang di pa lang ata yung laki ng computer screen. Sa MMDA, nakita niyo sa right side, napakalawak, napakalaki. Now, ito po yan. Yung sa LTO, ang presyo ay 900 million pesos. Sa MMDA na high-tech, top of the line, 400,000 pesos lang. 400 million pesos lang. So half the price. Yung kabila, LTO, na napakaliit at luma ang technology, 900 million pesos. Itong nasa sa MMDA na high-tech, top of the line, 400 million pesos lang.
Your Honor, Mr. President, ang nangyari po, yung phase 1 po, yung po yung command center, yung nakikita nyo sa kaliwa, natuloy po yan. Pero yung phase 2 po na which includes procurement and installation of CCTV, nandun po, nakabit po yung iba. Pero hindi daw gumagana. Nagkaroon daw ng problema doon sa contractor since 2021. Nagkaroon ng problema sa contractor, hindi. And it is now being in the process of being terminated para may mag-take over para matapos po ito. So nagkaroon daw sila ng problema sa contractor.
Hindi ko pa mas maganda kung imbestigahan po natin kung sino-sino po ang may kagagawa nitong purchase nitong pagkamahal-mahal na control center na hindi naman pala gumagana, partial lang gumagana, and yet almost $1.9 billion pesos. Whereas sa MMDA, again, ulitin ko, for the end time, half the price lang, 400 million, and yet high quality at new technology. HD pa. Kahit na gabi, may kita yung plate number. Kasi itong sa LTO, pag nag-focus yung camera, kung totoo nga meron sila niyan, pag nag-focus yung camera ng CCTV ng LTO sa sasakyan sa gabi at nakabukas ang headlight, hindi na mababasa. Sa MMDA, mababasa mo pa rin kasi nga new technology at HD pa.
Your Honor, Mr. President, ako'y nagulat dito sa narinig ko. Project cost 900 million but overpayment of 36 million flagged by Commission on Audit. Ang contractor po, LDLA Marketing and Trading, and ito po, naku, kilala nating lahat, SunWest Construction. Very familiar po. So kasama na rin po daw ito, sabi ng LTO, to isa sa mga kasong isasubmit sa ICI for investigation. So SunWest Corporation din po ay parte nito. So kahit nasa iba't ibang ano talaga sila, sangay ng gobyerno.
Nasaan po nakapwesto ang mga CCTV cameras nitong control center kung saan ino-operate sa control center ng LTO? Where are these CCTV cameras? Kasi nag-imbestiga rin po ako at nagtanong-tanong ako, wala raw eh.
Ang nailagay lang daw ho ay 22 CCTVs, yung iba po nawala na. Tapos ang problema po, yung pong contractor, hindi po nakipag-coordinate daw with the LGUs. Kaya ang nangyari, yung mga lalagyan ng LGUs, hindi po pumayag. Kaya doon po nagkaroon ng problema. Hindi ho nila natapos. Kaya medyo malaking halaga rin po ito na talagang dapat maimbestigahan, Your Honor, dahil malaking pera po itong nawala, 900 million po.
So dapat siguro ibalik yung 900 million, Mr. President, kasi hindi naman napakinabangan pala.
Opo, nagulat nga talaga ako nung narinig ko na ang joint venture nitong LDLA Marketing, very familiar, SunWest Construction po.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, expect ko po yan na magkakaroon ng investigation pertaining to that at yung pera na nagastos dyan, sana maibalik sa gobyerno at magamit sa mas maganda pang mga programa na kapakipakinabang. Okay? Wala rito yung PPA. PPA is here. Okay, very good. PPA. During the last hearing, pwede natin pakita yung video? Last hearing. Saan ba yung last hearing natin? This has to do with body-worn camera. Body-worn cameras.
Body-worn cameras noong 2020. Isang unit nagkakalaga ng 879,000 pesos. One unit ng body-worn camera. Noong August 19, 2021, bumili ulit kayo ng 164 units dito pa rin sa Boston Homes in the amount of 168,680,000. 1 million pumapatak bawat isang unit. Sobrang overpricing, immoral na ito. Iskandaloso na masyado to. Secretary Lopez, imbestigahan mo to at sibakin dahil merong kakuntsabahan dito na para dugasan yung gobyerno.
Mr. Chair, you have my commitment that I'm going to look into this.
Secretary Lopez, I know na hindi mo pa panahon to, nangyari to. So, I'm not going to fault you on this one. But I did tell you during that hearing to investigate, and you said, yes, we will. So what happened to your investigation, Secretary, pertaining to this scandal?
Your Honor, Mr. President, last October 30, 13, a reply was already, the OTR, the secretary wrote, GM J. Santiago of the PPA asking for the documents and other pertinent papers. And now at present, ongoing po ang review by the USEC of Legal who is here. And they are awaiting for the confirmation from other government agencies. No? Yung po may mga similar body-worn cameras. So inaantay po nila yung reply from the other agencies, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Kasi nga po, itong body-worn cameras ng PPA, hindi ko maintindihan bakit super high-tech. Nandun pa yung night vision, kasama pa yung facial recognition. Ang dami, ano? So that's why lahat-lahat papatak ng 897,000 per unit kasi kasama din mga backup, the system itself. Pero same supplier sa MMDA, 345,000 lang. So talagang merong anomalya dito sa PPA.
Your Honor, according to Secretary Lopez, the USEC for Legal is now, yan po yung kanilang pinag-aaral ngayon kung pareho talaga yung specs, yung pong scope of work. Kasi po ang sinasabi po ng BPA ay ito po yung parang online. Kasama po yung yung back end, yung system,
Yes.
command center, that
Yes.
includes the command center.
Yes.
So they will be reviewing all of this and compare it doon po sa mga binanggit na mga ahensya that are using the similar or at least gumagamit din ng body-worn cameras yung nabanggit niyo po kanina na mas mura. They will compare kung pareho yung functions and yung scope of work.
Yeah, lahat naman po. Tulad sa PDEA, may back-end sila, yung sa MMDA, maging sa PNP, lahat naman to meron. Kaya lang pinagkaiba, itong sa PPA, napakamahal. Ngayon, nagtataka ako, ba't nila kailangan pa kunin yung feature na facial recognition? Samantalang yung PDEA, yung NBI, yung PNP, yung immigration, they don't need those. They don't need that feature. At saka isa pa, para gumana yung facial recognition, dapat may integrated system na kung saan nandun yung system ng PNP, nandun yung system ng NBI, nandun yung system ng LTO para mabasa yung muka na nakikita dun sa camera kasi naka-integrate yung system ng PPA doon sa mga nabanggit ko agencies. Wala namang ganun. So hindi pa gagana sa atin itong facial recognition. Bakit kumuha na ng facial recognition feature itong PPA para sa kanilang body-worn camera? Halata talagang nangrarakit lang, Mr. President.
Your Honor, Mr. President, Secretary Lopez has committed that the investigation will be thorough, and according to the USEC for Legal, they are just awaiting for the reply and report of the other agencies, and they will, as soon as they get hold of this, they will make the necessary, they will forward to your office, yung pong kanilang findings and report. They will try to submit within 15 days from the time they complete ito pong mga reply and other documents that they are waiting from other agencies, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Meron pa pala akong dalawa pang questions. Meron budget for 2025 ang DOTR para sa body-worn cameras, am I right? Sa Office of the Secretary? Meron. And sino pong gagamit nito? At magkano pong maging halaga nito per unit? Kasama na po yung back-end.
Your Honor, Mr. President, it is still under procurement, and the agency for procurement and the agency that will be using these body-worn cameras are the Office of Transport Security. Yung po mga nagbabantay po sa airport, they will be the end users para po siguro at least mabantayan din yung mga mawala na yung mga duda doon, no? Yung mga tanimbala at iba pa, mawala yung duda. So all the personnel of the OTS manning the X-rays will have body-worn cameras as well.
Very good. So agree na agree po ako dyan. And that is a very encouraging information that I got from you. So akala ko yung body-worn cameras para sa mga traffic enforcer o sa mga enforcement personnel ng DOTR sa
Yes, we have
kalsada.
Senator Turbo,
Sa airport,
we have a new head of the OTS. Si former USEC Gilbert Cruz is now the head of the Office of Transport Secretary.
Gilbert Cruz?
Yes, apo.
Wala na bang iba?
OTS po.
Seriously?
Yes po, I think he's here already.
Alam niyo ba kung ba't siya natanggal sa PAOK tapos ilalagay niya doon? Nyari. Hindi nga. Why?
That's
Yan ba'y dumadaan sa CA? Yung
That's
pwesto
the
niya.
point.
Kasi pag dumaan niya sa akin sa CA, hindi ko ipapasayan. Tapos ngayon, inabsorb ng
naman si General Gilbert Cruz. Mukhang yung isang kasama si Casio po yung medyo magulo na konti.
Hindi.
Dito sa
Parang sila magulo, siguro. Maraming mga balita-balita, pero this is not siguro the proper venue to tell you that. Hindi naman siya kasama sa committee na ito. Pero kung mas nakasama na siya dyan sa DOTR, di marami ako masasabi about him. Remember yung mga raid na yan nung panahon? Naku po, Mario Josep Santissima, Madre de Dios, patawarin tayo ng Panginoong Jesucristo. Ba't yung kasi kinuha? Wala na bang iba?
It's a presidential appointment, Your Honor.
Yung muning dyan na gumagalagala, baka mas qualified pa. No, I'm just joking. I'm just being sarcastic. But anyway, ako naman binabase ko yung aking sinasabi rito. Whatever I speak, whatever I say here, that's based on people who come to me to complain, to give me feedback about things that happens out there and anywhere. Ganun man po ako magsalita rito. Hindi yung personal opinion ko lamang. Meron po akong pinagbabasihan kasi for the past more than 25 years sa programa ko sa Wanted sa radyo, narinig ko na po ata lahat ng sumbong from A to Z, and then all kinds of people from different walks of life pupunta sa akin para magsumbong. So hindi ko gawa-gawa yung mga sinasabi ko rito. Yan ay base sa mga reklamong natatanggap ko. Okay, let's move on. Ano ba yun? Ito. LTO's okay. Wala akong problema sa PCG. PCG, kailan suportahan natin to? Kumusta na nga pala yung budget para sa hospital ng PCG personnel? Is that being taken care of?
We can consider yung report ng RT. They are the second most complained after FDA. After the FDA, sila po ang second most.
Your Honor, Mr. President, for 2025, meron pong budget ng 1.1 billion po for the Philippine Coast Guard Hospital. So, and according to our Coast Guard Commandant, they are already starting construction of the Coast Guard Hospital.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. So, DOTR, this is my recommendation to you. Alagaan yung ating mga taga-Philippine Coast Guard kasi sila po ang nagbabantay sa ating karagatan. Lalo na ngayon nagkakaroon tayong problema dyan sa West Philippine Sea, sila ang frontline natin. They will be considered as heroes, itong mga personnel sa Philippine Coast Guard. So my recommendation to you, DOTR, and with my backing, me being your committee chair sa Public Services, please help them. Make sure na all their needs are being provided to so that makapag-perform pa sila ng duties nila, lalo pagbabantay sa West Philippine Sea.
Yes, the Secretary Lopez is sending his appreciation of support for the men and women of the Philippine Coast Guard. And again, let me reiterate that with approval of Chairman Committee on Finance, we have in fact increased the subsistence allowance of the Philippine Coast Guard from Philippine Coast Guard personnel from 150 pesos a day to 350 pesos. So mas dinoble pa ho natin yung kanilang subsistence allowance as a support to the men and women of the Philippine Coast Guard.
Very good. Okay. The last but not the least. May report ang ARTA, at least number 2 na lang ngayon ng LTO, dati number 1, na kayo daw po ay pangalawa sa the most complained agency. Mag-level up kayo, pagandahin yung inyong performance siguro. Yan lang. At least number 2 na kayo ngayon. Dati kayo number 1. Ngayon ang number 1, syempre sikat na sikat ngayon yung FDA. So yun lang, pagandahin nyo po yung servisyo nyo. Hopefully next year, baka from number 2, maging number 100 na lang kayo. Di ba? Mas maganda. Can you promise us na you'll do better? Mabawas-bawas yung mga complaints against you tungkol dun sa red tape at mabagal.
Yes, Secretary
servisyo?
Lopez, I honor Senator Tulfo, is committing to improve further the services of LTO para humawala na po sila sa top 2 doon sa most complained agencies, and they have that commitment to improve para po mawala sila doon sa top.
And then ito na yung gusto ko sabihin sa DOTR, you have my commitment na I will fully support lahat ng mga projects nyo as long as nakita ko na needed talaga ito. I'll back you up all the way. Just let me know sa mga hearing. Even kapag walang mga hearing, just come to my office, present itong mga maganda yung programa na kailangan ng budget o kailangan ng tulong ng Senado. I'll be on your side, through and through. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Well, thank you, Senator Tulfo. As Chair of the Committee on Public Services, maraming salamat din po sa inyong suporta sa DOTR family.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Thank you to the good gentleman from Isabela. Mr. President, next to interpellate will be the good gentleman from Palawan, Senator Erwin Tulfo.
The gentleman from Palawan, Senator Erwin Tulfo, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chair, Mr. President, ang tanong ko lang po, ito pong dito muna tayo sa MRT, LRT. Gaano po kadalang na lang ngayon na masira po ang ating mga elevator dyan at escalators? Gaano kadalang?
Your Honor, Mr. President, ever since Secretary Vince Dizon took over now with Secretary Lopez, doon po mga panahon na yon, siguro mga 2 beses lang daw nagkaroon ng insidenteng na sira ang elevator or escalator sa mga MRT.
Thank you for that answer, Mr. Chair, Mr. President. Ang tanong ko naman po susunod ay magkano pong budget para sa maintenance po ng ating mga trains dyan po sa LRT at MRT? Kasi okay na ho sana pero biglang may mababalitaan tayo na tumigil yung tren, nagkaroon ng aberya. Gaano kadalang din masira po ang ating mga tren? Or kadalas?
Your Honor, Mr. President, yung pong pinakahuling insidente sa MRT, ito pong tumigil, was an electricity issue according to Secretary Lopez. But now, they are very positive mula nung nag-take over as a maintenance service provider, yung Sumitomo Corporation. Maayos po at naging maganda na ang maintenance at operation ng MRT3. Hindi po tulad nung Alam naman natin few years back, halos araw-araw tumitirik po yan. Nung napalitan ng mga fly-by-night na maintenance provider. Pero upon our recommendation also here in the Senate, panahon pa ni Secretary Tugadi noon, sinabi natin, ibalik ang Sumitomo. So after that, halos minsan lang ho ito nagkaroon ng aberya, which is ito po yung electricity issue according to our Secretary Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. President. Now, moving forward, let's go to the airports naman po. Ito pong Coron Busuanga Airport sa Palawan, kailan po magkakaroon ito ng late afternoon or early evening flights para po mabus yung turismo sa lugar na yun? Parang pansin ko ho, umaga lamang ho at hapon Hindi na po makalipad pag ginabi ng eroplano. Pag mga turista po, gusto ho nila kahit na late night dumating ho dahil galing po sa flight overseas, dumidiretso na ho sila, sumasakay ho sila ng eroplano para pumunta doon sa destinasyon.
Your Honor, Mr. President, ito pong tungkol sa Busuanga Airport. Unfortunately, sa ngayon, wala pa ho siyang night rating. No? But in 2026, all of the tourism areas, na mga airport, ay sisikapin po ng DOTR na gawin pong night rated para mas ma-increase po yung flight. So, 2026 is the target completion for the Busuanga Airport to be night rated, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you po, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Next question po, sa Palawan pa rin po, ito pong El Nido Airport. Private po ito may plano po ba nilagyan po ng commercial airport itong El Nido na ito? Kasi hinihiram lang po natin yung maliit na airport po doon. Ano po ang plano dito sa El Nido? Abay, ito po ngayon ang dinadayo ng mga turista, Mr. Chair, Mr. President.
Your Honor, Mr. President, tama po kayo. Yung pong nasa El Nido is a private airport owned by Ayala. No, ito po yung Leo Airport. The closest airport is under the DOTR or CAAP is San Vicente. No, yun po, but it needs to be upgraded. So, yun po ang sitwasyon ngayon. San Vicente po ang pinakamalapit na airport.
Okay. Very well. Anyway, isa pa po, Mr. President, yung mga pupunta ho ng Palawan, sa El Nido, nagbabaylan po sila. Ito pong Puerto Princesa Airport, ano po ang category nito? Is it an international airport? Is it anong classification po nito na airport?
Your Honor, Mr. President, Puerto Princesa Airport is classified as an international airport. So pwede ho dumiretso yung international flights po sa Puerto Princesa.
Ang tanong po natin, Mr. President, sinong buang ang nagplano nitong airport na ito na wala man lang tube, wala man lang bridge? Kaya pag umihi po yung matching, kailangan nakapayong, kailangan po pag umaambon, perwisyo po sa mga pasahero. Sino ho ba nagplano nito at international pero walang bridge, wala ho mga tube? Ano ho nangyari dito?
Your Honor, Mr. President, the one who undertook the project is Exim of Korea. Kexim Bank of Korea. Pareho ang ating observation during the committee hearing. Tinanong ko rin po yan Sabi ko, bakit international airport? Wala hong tube. So, ang sabi nila, because the design was only 1.5 stories. So hindi ho pwedeng lagyan ng tube talaga. Kaya yun po ang sitwasyon. Talagang natapos po. It's an international airport but without the tubes, Your Honor.
Hindi po man lang naisip kaya ng mga tiga DOTR dati, I'm not faulting our good secretary here, yung mga during the 2022 na administrasyon na. Pero yung previous ho kaya, Mr. Chair, Mr. President, hindi man lang nila naisip na dadami ang tao. Panay ang punta ngayon sa El Nido, yung turismo, pupunta ng Busuanga, kung saan-saan, sa underground river. Wala po bang plano, Mr. Chair? Wala po bang plano, Mr. Chair, na gawa ng paraan na ayusin, i-renovate yung airport na yan? At dumadami po eh. Ang dami na hong flight to dyan. 4, 6 hanggang gabi ho sila.
Tama po kayo. Considering sa international airport, dapat pati standards. So according to DOTR, with this, they will revisit, they will reassess, and siguro propose in case there will be yun po, pag magdadagdag tayo ng tube, magdadagdag po kasi ng floor para maging ka-level po siya nung aeroplano no? So we need to add a floor for that, but I think it's really worth visiting because as you pointed out, Your Honor, international airport to, dapat international standards, dapat to may tube talaga.
Thank you,
Same
Mr.
observation actually. Sabi ko, paano
Your
tayo
Honor,
nagkaroon ng international airport na walang tube?
Your Honors, if I may interject, will the DOTR be familiar with the Riyadh International Airport? Any of you have been to Riyadh? The reason I ask is that I was there many years ago. As a matter of fact, perhaps about 20 years ago, because of a bowling tournament. When I was there, it is one of the largest and most beautiful airports in the world, but no tube. I asked them why. They could not answer, but that was the design, they said. But I found out the real reason later on. The American company who built it sold buses. So if they place the tubes, they will not be able to sell the buses. So Riyadh Airport many years ago, but I don't know now if they've sold that. But perhaps you can look into this airport. Baka naman may mga binenta mga bus dyan, kaya ayaw lagyan ng tube. Because that happened to Saudi Arabia. I can assure you that. I was there personally and I asked. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chair. Unfortunately, ako po halos sa buwan-buwan sa Puerto Princesa nga po. Naglalakad po yung mga tao pagbabaho ng eroplano. Pag umulan, ang binibigay ho, payong. Pag mainit, payong pa rin o sombrero. So kung may dala ka pong anak, may sanggol kang dala, may stroller pa, hirap na hirap po. Kailangan ho talaga siguro i-revisit. And I think that airport po, may kumita ho dyan eh. May kumita ho dyan sa lintik na airport na yan because it's really disgusting. Anyway, moving forward, Mr. Chair. Tanong ko naman po, marami po mga pasahero nagre-reklamo ngayon, Mr. Chair, Mr. President. Yung turbo prop na flights, yung mga DLC, inilipat po sa Clark. Yung mga gustong pumunta ng Busuanga, yung gustong pumunta sa Batanes, from Metro Manila, BBI pa po sila sa Clark. O from dito sa mga Quezon Province, pupunta po sila sa Clark para lamang makasakay po ng eroplano. Ito ho, parang nate-turn off sila, tinatamad sila sa layo. Ang tanong ko ho, anong ginagawa po ng ating Sangli Airport? May plano dapat dyan na gawing domestic ho. Mas malapit po sa Metro Manila yan. Ferry lang ho, Roro ho yan po, pwede na Bakit ho sa Clark tayo napunta?
Your Honor, Mr. President, the reason why the turboprop planes were now transferred to Clark, ito po kasing ito pong Manila International Airport or the NAIA is over its capacity. So they are prioritizing, of course, the international flights, the bigger planes. Kasi po, pag yung, ano po yun parang may nakaprogram ho yun na pag nagla-landing, pag mga jet, at least they will be able to program. Pag pumasok po kasi ang turboprop, nasisira ho yung flow, no? ng air traffic. So I think that's the primary reason why the turboprop aircraft flights were now transferred to Clark. Kasi po, yung pong problema ng NAIA right now is yung ating pong very limited slots. Kaya po kinikater na lang yung mga international flights, the bigger planes, and also not to disrupt the air traffic flow. Kasi nga po pag pumasok ang mga propeller, nagugulo po yung sequencing ng landing and takeoff and landing po sa NAIA.
Tama po yun, Mr. President. Mr. Chair, as a matter of fact, I would like to commend the team of Mr. Ramon Ang for doing so. Wala na po masyado tayo mga delayed flights or cancellations because nagkakaroon lang po ng delay. Talaga pag severe po yung lightning, thunderstorm, nagkakaroon ng delay. Pero my point, Mr. Chair, is bakit hindi po dinevelop yung Sangli? Wala naman pong gumagamit doon. Mas malapit po yun Siguro kung sa Sangli na lang, mas madali hong pumunta yung mga tao kaysa pupunta pa po ng Clark. Kung tiga-south po siya, Cavite, Quezon, mahihirapan ho Mas malapit po kasi ang Sangli Airport sana.
Your Honor, Mr. President, the problem with Sangli right now, nilipat na ho yung mga general aviation aircraft. Nandiyan na po yung ibang mga private jets. Kaya lang ang problema po nila, hindi pa nila magamit for commercial use for the turboprops because of the flooding problem. No, medyo nagbabaha po doon sa Cavite City papunta ho sa Sangli. So, number one, yun po yung gusto na ayusin. Pangalawa, yung connectivity, no, yung pong transport services that would lead to Sangli as an alternate airport. So, talagang ang pinaka-key talaga rito, Your Honor, Mr. President, sa nakikita ko, we really have to rush the NSCR, yung North-South Commuter Line, to Clark kasi magiging very convenient for Metro Manila and everybody else. No? Kung yung Clark po makonect na sa railway system natin, mag-online. Kaya nga talaga pinupush natin na huwag na magkaroon ng delay. Clark Airport is really a very beautiful airport, Your Honor, Mr. President.
I agree.
Napakaluwag, napakaganda. Ako nga sabi ko, yung mga taga North of Metro Manila, mas maganda gamitin po ang Clark. Mas mura pa ho ang pamasahe doon, no, compared to NAIA. So I think that's the long-term plan of DOTR, really not really to rush NSCR para po maging convenient na po even for turboprop aircraft passengers pag naka-online na po yung NSCR.
Opo, maganda ho yan, Mr. Chair, Mr. President. Pero yung problema ko kasi medyo malayo. Kailangan lang ho talaga ma-develop ho yan para mas maging convenient, ika nga. But anyway, moving forward, Mr. Chair, Mr. President, lipat po tayo sa Philippine Coast Guard. Narinig ko po kanina yung mga assets, meron po tayong sea assets, pero doon po sa air assets natin, meron pa, kasama ba sa capital outlay ng Philippine Coast Guard ang pagdadagdag ng helicopter? O di po kaya aeroplano? Kailangan po para ika nga medyo advantageous na para sa Philippine Coast Guard pasyalan yung napakalawak na West Philippine Sea. Mr. Chair, Mr. President.
Your Honor, Mr. President, for next year we will be funding additional for the additional purchase of our vehicle, yung ating pong vessels po natin for the West Philippine Sea at least, no, na masayan mo pong Coast Guard. Ang problema ho natin sa mga aircraft, they have a total of 7 fixed wing for patrol, 4 lang ho ang lumilipad. Doon sa rotary o yung pong helicopters, 2 lang po ang choppers nila, 1 lang po ang lumilipad. So I think ito yung dapat natin tignan. I think it's really standard for a Coast Guard to really have a rotary and aircraft, no, among their fleet. So maganda hong matulungan po natin sila, madagdagan po ito.
Nakita ko po last year, as a matter of fact, I went to these Airbus companies sa Europe. Sabi mag-order daw yung Coast Guard ng mga helicopters. Whatever happened to that, yung plano po? Hindi po nagkaroon ng kuan? Is it on the way? Yung 2 o 3 yata ng mga Airbus na chopper? long range?
According to Secretary Lopez, the TOTR is currently talking to the government of France for an overseas development assistance for the purchase of about 7 Airbus helicopters, Your Honor, Mr. President. Kasi dalawa lang ho ngayon, isa lang lumilipad.
Napakaganda
So,
po, Mr.
hopefully matuloy talaga ito para ma-augment naman po natin. We really need those choppers for the surveillance. And of course, because of the situation in the West Philippines, kailangan po natin po ito for reconnaissance and surveillance.
Tama po, Mr. Chair. Nakapunta po ako doon sa planta at nakita ko na pang reconnaissance at saka ika nga yung distance. Napakaganda po. Flying from Puerto Princesa all the way po doon sa Pag-asa Island, kaya po niya. Anyway, another question po for under sa Philippine Coast Guard. Narinig ko rin po na under construction na po yung hospital po ng Philippine Coast Guard. Kailan po matatapos ito?
Yes, you're correct, Your Honor. It's already, the construction has started and their target completion is in 3 years' time, Your Honor.
3 years' time. So, ang tanong ko po next, Mr. Chair, Mr. President, ano po, pag nagkasakit po ang ating Coast Guard, meron po bang mga medical benefits, coverages ang ating mga tauhan? Alam mo, Mr. Chair, Mr. President, mahirap po yun. Nasa karagatan ka, tatawag si misis mo, magte-text, si Bunso, may sakit, anong gagawin ko? Medyo ma-distract ka ho eh. I mean, yung moral mo from mataas, biglang babagsak dahil iniisip mo yung anak mo, walang coverage. Tapos wala ka na iwang pera doon sa asawa mo. Humiram ka muna kay ganito, humiram ka muna kay ganon. Wala po bang some form, DOTR, ang Philippine Coast Guard para sa medical coverages ng ating Philippine Coast Guard? Lalo pat sila po nasa front line, nagbabantay po sa West Philippine Sea. Don't we have something to protect them and their families, Mr. Chair, Mr. President?
Your Honor, Mr. President, nakakalungkot man, pero tama po yung observation nyo. Dahil wala pa po silang sariling hospital. They are relying now solely on PhilHealth, just like any other Filipino. Tapos nag-request din po sila ng emergency medical fund. But unfortunately, hindi po ito na-aprobahan ng DBM at hindi na-asama sa National Expenditure Program.
Yun ho, malaking problema, Mr. Chair. Naisip ko lamang po na they're working out there nasa West Philippine Sea. Binabangga-bangga yung kanilang mga barko. Baka madisgrasya pa. Pero yung pinaka-problema po dito, Mr. Chair, Mr. President, pag yung pamilya ng isang sundalo, personnel, ay may sakit po dito sa Metro Manila or in some parts of our country, siya ay nakadeploy sa West Philippine Sea. Mahirap po yun, Mr. President, Mr. Chair. Madidisgrasya pa yung sundalo dahil panay ang isip niya paano paggamot yung asawa niya, yung anak niya, yung kaanak niya, kung wala po siyang medical coverage. We really have to address this, Mr. Chair, Mr. President. This is serious matter. Kailangan po siguro talagang gawan po natin ang paraan na mabigyan po ng medical coverage po ang every Coast Guard personnel. Mr. Chair, Mr. President.
Well, thank you, Senator Tulfo. Maraming salamat sa iyong concern. No? Tama lang po na mabigyan natin ng tamang pangangalaga ang ating mga Coast Guard who are risking their lives. Talaga nagsasakripisyo. No? Mabantayan lamang ang ating teritoryo at soberenya. Nakikipag-git-gitan. Halos araw-araw habang binubuli tayo ng mga Chinese Coast Guard, sila po ang talagang humaharap. So any additional benefits that we can give them will be very much appreciated. Siguro ang magagawa na lang natin, we really have to talk also to PhilHealth dahil tayo rin naman ang nagpondo sa PhilHealth na malaki na to give special attention sa ating mga men and women in uniform, lalo na po yung ating mga Coast Guard, no? That they can be accommodated.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mas maganda siguro kung makausap natin yung ating chairman ng finance through you as the sponsor. Medyo mabigyan po ng pansin kasi ilang taon na po yan, hindi po nabibigyan ng pansin. Maswerte po yung ating armed forces po. Meron silang Viluna at may mga hospital sila sa every region. Ito po, paano ko naka-assign sa Mindanao? Pupunta pa po ba ng Maynila? Paano kung yung lugar na kinaka-assign na ng Coast Guard personnel natin, wala pong public hospital? Medyo mabigat po yun. Anyway, Mr. Chair, allow me to move now to the Marina. Ito mo, Mr. Chair, matagal na pong inireklamo sa akin. Mga seaman po natin, nauubos yung kanilang oras sa mga refresher courses, pag nagbabakasyon sila, theoretical courses, pwede naman po sa online ito. So may mga kilala po ako, yes, tama po, ang bakasyon po ng mga seaman, 2-3 months, 1.5 months, 2 months po nauubos sa online class. Tapos dagdag gastos pa. Hindi naman po ang kumpanya nagbabayad. Sariling bulsa po nila para lamang may rating, para lamang may bigyan na naman extend yung kanyang lisensya, etc. etc. Pwede ba? Pinag-aralan na ba? Pwede mapag-aralan na baka pwedeng gawing online na lang yan kung this is theoretical, kung this are refresher courses? Mr. Chair, Mr. President, Mr. Secretary?
Secretary Lopez is now committing to allow online classes. Tama po kayo kasi kawawa naman seafarers natin. Konting panahon na lang babalik dito, mauubos pa yung oras nila sa refresher courses. So, yung inyo pong suggestion is well taken at nag-commit na po ang ating DOTR family na to have it online.
Thank you.
Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you po for that. At sa Marina po natin, nagawa po ito, Mr. Chair, noong panahon po ni Marina Administrator Empedrad, online po. Well, sinasabi niya kasi daw, sabi nila, dahil pandemic. Pero pumasa naman po yung mga seaman natin. Nakapagtrabaho pa rin. Hindi naman po kailangan nandun sila sa classroom. May theoretical lamang ho, yung iba, refresher courses lamang. But anyway, thank you in advance, Mr. Secretary, for doing so. It will really make happy a lot of our seamen and women, Mr. Chair. Panghuli na lamang po, Mr. Chair. Kanina po, I don't know, we have a video here. Meron po kaming operation dito po sa Empire Center Mall sa Pasay. After receiving reports that there are continued operations of colorum UVs. Nireklamo na po ng mga jeepney ng mga buses. The team coordinated with LTFRB, LTO, PNP, HPG, and PAOCC to apprehend the said colorum. After briefing po a session, all things were set. However, on the day of the supposed apprehension, it appears that the LTFRB personnel mismo gave the tip to the colorum drivers about the said raid, Mr. Chair, Mr. President. Here's po the video. Kanina lang po ito. Play video. Baka po pwede po, Mr. Chair, Mr. President, maimbestigahan po ito.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, according to our DOTR Secretary and the LTFRB head, they will now investigate ito pong nangyaring leak na sinasabi niyo po.
Thank you. Anyway, with that, Mr. President, Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary, I support the budget of DOTR. And also, possibly, kung madagdagan po natin, bagamat wala po sa NEP, yung ating pong Coast Guard personnel and their dependents, yung kanilang pong healthcare. I don't know how we'll do it, but it is very, very needed and necessary. Kasi 3 years pa pala bago mataas ang ospital nila. Mas maganda siguro parang health card. Mr. Chair, I don't know if you'll agree with me. Mabigyan po itong mga Coast Guard personnel natin ng mga parang health card para naman po may peace of mind yung mga sundalo po natin habang nandoon nakadeploy sa West Philippine Sea, habang nagbabantay po dyan sa EDSA bus carousel, habang nagbabantay sa mga pantalan natin, at least nakakasiguro siya na safe ang pamilya niya. Kung may nagkasakit man, madadala sa ospital. Mr. Chair, Mr. President, Secretary, thank you very much po. Magandang hapon.
Thank you, Senator Tulfo. Majority Leader?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, next to interpolate the budget of the DOTR is our distinguished colleague from Tarlac and Pampanga, none other than Senator Rodante Marcoleta.
Senator Dante Marcoleta is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the head of the LTO was recently replaced by a new one. May I know the name of the current head of the LTO, Mr. President?
Assistant Secretary Marcos Lacanilaw, Your Honor. Is the new head of the LTO.
May we know, Mr. President, if the current LTO head has been trained in the transportation sector to merit replacement of Attorney Bigor Mendoza, the last one that I knew to be the head of the LTO.
Your Honor, Mr. President, he is beside me right now. He said that he has been active in the motoring sector and at one time part of an in one of the investigation in one of the issues in the LTO in sometime 2008-2009.
May we know, Mr. President, how active or to what extent he is so active in the motoring sector?
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to the LTO head, he was active in the motorsports before, car racing and motorcycle racing, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Mr. President, pagka ikaw ba ay nasa car racing or anumang klaseng racing yan o horse racing halimbawa, does that qualify you automatically as head of the LTO? Alam po ninyo, Mr. President, doon lamang po sa mga core functions ng LTO, to name a few, issuance of licenses and permits, motor vehicle registration, enforcement of LTO laws, adjudication of traffic cases, collection of revenues for the government. Nandiyan pa yung napakarami po. Why do you think he merited to be the head of the LTO by being a car racer, Mr. President?
Your Honor, Mr. President, the LTO head said that he was formerly an ASEC of the civil defense and also was involved in yung pong kanilang family was part of had a bus company and his previous jobs, he said that he was active in he was really active in the motoring industry and also importation of cars. So more or less yun po yung kanyang knowledge po about itong mga vehicles and all, Mr. President.
I can sense the difficulty, Mr. President, in trying to show some credentials to relate himself to the transportation sector. O dahil ba you own a bus company, for example? O nasama ka sa mga car enthusiast? O nakapanood ka ng pelikula about the vehicles? Kasi po ang pinag-uusapan natin, Mr. President, napakalaki po ng problema ng ating transportation industry. Hanggang ngayon po, without belittling the efforts of the previous occupants of that office, Mr. President, hanggang ngayon po talaga, pagka po pinag-usapan ng EDSA, EDSA lang po. Sasakit na po lahat ang ulo natin. Pagkatapos, ngayon po, meron na namang mag-e-head. Hindi ko nga po alam kung bakit tinanggal yung dati. Bakit po ba tinanggal yung dati, Mr. President?
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to Secretary Lopez, they bow down to the wisdom of the President. No? There was sort of a rigodon within the DOTR family, yung pong LTO head dati. Si Atty. Vigor Mendoza is now with LTFRB. Si current LTO Director Lacanilaw came from the Office of LT Cooperative Office of Transportation. Si Guadis napunta po sa Office of Transportation Cooperatives. Dati po si Director Lacanilaw po yung nanggaling doon. So, ay di ba?
Si Director Lacanilaw, saan naman po galing?
Ay, sorry. Ambassador pala siya ng transnational crime pala. Ito si Marcos Lacanilaw, Your Honor. The current head of LTO. So, it was the decision of the President, prerogative of the President na nagkaroon po ng rigodon doon po sa DOTR attached agency, Your Honor.
Mr. President, siguro po hindi na-advise na mabuti ang Presidente kasi kung galing pala siya sa transnational crimes, ano naman pong connection no sa transportation? Ang alam ko po, the present occupant of that office is Special Envoy for Transnational Crimes. Tama po yun? SETC.
Tama po.
Kayo po yata yung naghatid sa dating Pangulo nung siya po ay nasa Villamor Air Base. Kayong sumama para sa dalhin sa The Hague. Tama po?
Tama po, Your Honor.
O yun lamang po siguro yung transport-related activity na pwede nating isangkot sa inyo. Other than that, wala. At ang mahirap pa po, Mr. President, hindi naman kotse ang ginamit mo, aeroplano ang ginamit mo, so hindi ka rin dapat sana ron eh. Kung tricycle ang ginamit mo para dalhin mo si dating Pangulong Duterte sa The Hague, mula nung March hanggang ngayon, baka hindi ka pa nakarating. Sa layo nun. So wala din eh. Mr. President, ako po nangangamba lang sapagkat napakalaki ng problema ng transport sector natin. Licensing na licensing lang. Yung pag-i-issue lang ng plate ng mga sasakyan. Registration. Enforcement ng ating LTO laws. Paano niyo po i-undertake ang napakarami pong sagutin na ito? Wala naman po kayong training. Ano po ba yung academic discipline ng ating bagong ASEC ng LTO, Mr. President?
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to our LTO Director, as additional credentials, he's a road safety advocate and he is a civil engineer by profession, Your Honor.
Ano po?
Civil engineer po.
Ang dami pong civil engineer sa Pilipinas. Nang dahil po ba safety engineer kayo, ang gusto ko po sanang malaman, ano po ba yung mga naging katangian ninyo, ang training ninyo, ang mga credentials ninyo dahil hindi po biro-biro ang opisinang pinasok ninyo? nang dahil lamang po sa rigudon, gano'n lamang po. I don't think the President was advised very well. Marami naman po siyang pwedeng ilagay eh. Bakit po kayo nagaling sa Set C? Kaya ang nilagay. O sige, nirigudon sana kayo. Baka kayo na po siguro ang naging executive director ng PCTC. Kasi, kung hindi ako nagkakamali, yun ang Philippine Center for Transnational Crimes. Parang magkalapit. Pero para dalhin po kayo sa LTO, masyadong malayo po yun eh. Is my observation valid, Mr. President?
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to Secretary Lopez, we just defer to the wisdom of the appointing authority, Your Honor. So, hindi rin naman daw nila, they were also caught by surprise nung nagkaroon po ng rigudon. So, they just have to follow orders, Your Honor, Mr. President.
I will not question the wisdom of the appointing authority, Mr. President. I never will. Only the President can appoint anybody, nobody else. Ang problema lang, baka hindi siya in-advise ang mabuti. Kasi kung halimbawa, dadaan yan sa Commission on Appointments, siguradong hindi siya papasa, Mr. President. Because meritocracy, I think, is fundamental. That is the only way wherein the checks and balances of the legislature will come in. Without questioning the appointing authority, but we can assess the competence, the merit and fitness of the appointee. Now we're talking about the budget, Mr. President. We're going to entrust to the head of the LTO the budget that they required to execute the programs for 2026. The concern is, kung wala naman po kayong training sa gagawin ninyo, baka po, may papangako po ba ninyo na ang budget na ibibigay sa inyo ay talagang magagastos doon sa kanyang dapat nakapuntahan, considering na hindi naman po kayo talaga nakaakma doon sa posisyon na dapat sana ay naibigay doon sa talagang karapat-dapat, Mr. President.
Well, Your Honor, Mr. President, according to Secretary Lopez, since the LTO will be directly under the OSEC, they will really monitor and make sure that they will function and the reforms that need to be instituted will be done. So yan po ang commitment ng Secretary Lopez natin. In fact, meron nga akong ditong side. Meron din pong appointee ron na hindi ako pabor no, na political appointee. Na we should appoint people who have the technical skills and know-how and knowledge para hindi masayang, not political appointees. I'm talking about the PNR chairman who was recently appointed. Sayang po ang ating pong PNR. Yan po ang advocacy natin, railway system. Nag-appoint po ng isang dati naming konsihal na who had a lackluster record kahit bilang konsihal. Kaya nga, minsan nasasayang, minsan nakakapagtaka rin. Ako rin, Mr. Chair, nagtataka rin ho ako minsan. Nangihinayang po ako sa posisyon. We should be appointing people who have that capability and knowledge in position para hindi ho nasasayang.
Salamat po sa sagot. Ako naniniwala talaga ako na yung meritocracy, yung merit po talaga, importante rin yun. Halimbawa po ako, na-appoint ako na secretary ng DOH. Hindi ko po tatanggapin dahil hindi naman ako doktor Kung magicero po siguro, tatanggapin ko. Magic lang naman yun Ang ibig ko po sabihin, Mr. President, nang dahil ba kayo po ay inihatid nyo ang Pangulong Duterte sa The Hague? Ito po bang kabayaran, Mr. President? Ito po ba'y premyo? Kasi kailangan nating ma-disabuse po ang pagdududa ng mga kababayan natin. Hindi naman po kayo ang dapat na maghatid sa kanya ron Tama po, Mr. President?
Your Honor, sabi po ni Asik Lacanilaw, siya nga po, he confirms that he was one of those on the plane with the former president.
Opo,
Hindi na
wala
po
namang
siya-
pagdududa doon and there's no debate in that. Ang tinatanong po, kayo po bang authorized na dapat sumama na maghatid sa hindi tamang pagkakahatid sa dating Pangulo? Under what authority did you accompany the former president to The Hague, Netherlands?
According to Asik kanina lao, being with the OSCE, they are on top of the Interpol po. Kaya po sila po kasama. Kaya
What
po
do
siya
you
po
mean
kasama.
they are on top of the Interpol, Mr. President? Does he mean, Mr. President, he is the local counterpart of the Interpol in the Philippines?
Yung pong PCTC daw po is that's Interpol NCB Manila.
Yun nga po.
Yan po.
The PCTC is the Philippine Center for Transnational Crimes.
Opo.
Kaya hindi po totoo na sinasabi niya na he is on top of transnational crimes. Kayo po ay special envoy, but the local counterpart of the Interpol is the PCTC. It should have been the executive director of the PCTC who should have accompanied the former president, even if we assume that that was regular.
According to Asik Lacanilaw, that meron po daw siyang dokumento that he was well documented for him to be able to accompany the former president to The Hague, being the head of OSCE. Tapos yung PCTC po is the operational arm under OSCE, Your Honor, Mr. President. So yun po yung kanyang personality or credentials for being the former president.
Can you give us a copy of that document, Mr. President?
According to Asik Lacanilaw, it's with the Office of the President, Your Honor.
Ano po?
Nasa OP daw, sa Office of the President. Or the Office of the Executive Secretary. Can you get about that copy? He will try to request for a copy, Your Honor.
What does the document say, Mr. President?
According to Asik Lacanilaw, he doesn't know exactly the contents of the document, but he was just informed that there was a document that designated or allowed him to accompany the former president, Your Honor, being OSCE.
Why do you think, Mr. President, I should believe that statement? He referred to a document which content he doesn't know. Ang alam niya lang niya, pinasasama sa kanya, Pangulong Duterte. What kind of reasoning is that, Mr. President? Sabihin niyo na yung totoo para matapos na ako kasi sandali lang naman sana ako eh. Kung hindi lang paligoy-ligoy kayo, tapos na ako eh.
Well, according to him, it was in the nung nagkaroon daw ng investigation dito regarding that, according to Secretary Remulla of the LG, that yun lang po na sinasabi that he was well documented when he accompanied the former President, Your Honor.
Sinabi mo na naman si Secretary Remulla eh. Puro kwentong kutsero naman ang... Ganito na lang. Kung sakasakali, Mr. President, kung sakasakali lang naman, ano, ito po kasi, tama naman yung aking suspecha, Mr. President. There was already an admission on the part of Ambassador Lacanilao then nung nag-hearing ang isang committee in the Senate on the arrest of FPRRD, na nag-volunteer ka lang eh. Because there is no available official of PCTC o walang personnel, kaya ikaw ang nag-volunteer. There is a transcript to this effect that you just volunteered. So there is no document. So, which is very, very clear, Mr. President, that he himself volunteered due to the unavailability of personnel from PCTC. So he arrogated upon himself something that was not lawfully delegated to him. Sa mga kapatid, talagang parang bayad lang. Parang papremyo lang sa kanya ito. Kaya pala hindi niya maipaliwanag kung bakit siya. Alam mo, Mr. President, ganito po yan eh. Lahat po ng notice ng isang korte, lahat ng subpoena o anumang klase ang ipatupad ng korte, yung sheriff po ang nagdadala. Kumbaga, yung PCTC dapat ang nagdala sa Pangulong Duterte. Pero kayo po nag-volunteer. Tama po. Ito
Yes,
po
Your
ang
Honor,
transcript.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President. Inaamin po ni Asik Calilaw na siya po ay nag-volunteer.
Oh, nag-volunteer. So wala na yung dokumento, ha? Wala na yung dokumento, eh. Hindi mo nga maipaliwanag kung ano yung content ng document. Eh, kwento lang yun. Kwentong kutsero lang. Yes?
Well, sabi po kasi niya, yun daw yung nabanggit nung sa Senate hearing na he was documented.
You were documented as what? Kanina dokumento yung sinasabi mo, ngayon ikaw na ang dokumento. Ano ba yun?
Nung siya po ay nagboluntaryo, kinakailangan daw mabigyan ng dokumento bago po, para po siya po ay makaalis. At
So,
makasama.
okay. The document says that you volunteered. Kasi nasa transcript talaga ng Senate, ano eh.
Yes, Your Honor. He confirms.
So the last question now, since you volunteered to accompany the former president to The Hague, kahit na irregular, illegal lahat ang mga proseso, will you also volunteer kung sakasakali na babalik na ang dating Pangulo na ikaw rin ang mag-uwi sa kanya?
He says that if there is an order for him to do so, he will volunteer to bring
Paano
him back.
magiging voluntary yung kung ordering ka pa? Kaya nag-volunteer ka kanina. Mario Joseph naman na usapan ito.
Kung may order daw, siya po isusunod, Your Honor.
Ay, hindi na voluntary yun. In-orderan ka na. Mandate na yun eh. Salamat po, Mr. President. Pasensya na po at tumaba lang ng konti. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Sponsor.
Thank you rin po.
Right. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of Senator Lauren, is it all right if he has only one question, Senator? Yeah. By age. Mr. President, age before beauty. Mr. President, may we recognize for a few questions our Senate President Pro Temp, with the permission, of course, of Senator Legarda.
All right, Senator, the President Pro Temp, Senator Ping Lacson is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and with the kind permission of the beautiful lady from Antique, Senator Lauren Legarda. I only have two questions. First, how many district offices have no permanent offices? Yung mga nag-i-squat.
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to our LTO Executive Director, yung pong mga created by law baka less than 10, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Less than 10 are still squatting or renting.
Opo, Your Honor, that's correct, Your Honor, Mr.
Out
President.
of how many district offices in the entire country?
Your Honor, Mr. President, unfortunately, they do not have the figures right now and they will submit as soon as possible.
Yeah, we can allow that, Mr. President. How many regional offices still don't have permanent offices?
All regional offices have their own homes already, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Are you sure, Mr. President? I know one at least na wala, CAR.
Yung car daw po kasi, Your Honor, Mr. President, is under DOTR.
Yeah, pero LTO is under DOTR, di ba? LTO Regional Office, di ba under DOTR lahat yan?
So when it comes to car and Caraga, all the different agencies, no, yung pong LTO,
Directly.
LTFRB,
Directly under DOTR.
they'll be directly under DOTR, Your Honor. Regional Director. Which reports to that DOTR Secretary.
Yeah, so, pero yung CAR, wala silang permanent na office. They're still squatting, di ba?
Tama po. That's why they're
The
asking
reason
for
I
additional
asked
budget.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, kasi yung regional office ng LTO sa CAR, meron silang lupa, no? Meron silang pwedeng pagtayuan. And I submitted a recommendation to the Chairman of the Finance Committee kung pwedeng mapondohan. Kumpleto po sila. And through you, probably with your assistance, baka pwedeng mapatayuan na sila ng, kumpleto po sila, meron ng program of work, meron ng plano, lahat nandyan na. Hindi lang nasama sa NEP. So during the period of amendments, probably, and in fact, I already submitted among my amendments, kasama yon yung sa CAR. Para hindi naman sila naka-squat sa ibang opisina.
Well, this is very much welcome, Your Honor, Mr. President.
So you will assist me,
Nagpapasalamat po
Mr.
ang
Chairman, you will
DOTR.
assist me. You will endorse it?
Of course, we will endorse it, Your
Thank
Honor.
you. That's all, Mr. President. Thank you, the distinguished sponsor.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we recognize now our distinguished lady senator from Antique, Senator Lauren Legarda.
Senator Lauren Legarda is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the outset, allow me to manifest my support for the budget of the agency, and please be assured that my questions are merely for clarification and for information so that we can further enhance the budget of the DOTR and attached agencies. So the first is involving the transport mobility and solving the first mile and the last mile dilemma. The premise is the Philippines' transport crisis stems from decades of car-centric planning that favored road widening and expressways over walkability, cycling, and integrated public transport. I wish our colleague and my seatmate, Senator Pia Cayetano, was here because I'm certain that she would agree with my statements. Metro Manila now endures some of the world's worst congestion, with travel times reaching 25.5 minutes per 10 kilometers in 2023, and daily economic losses estimated at 3.5 billion pesos, projected to rise to 5.4 billion pesos by year 2035. A key barrier is the first mile, last mile dilemma. The first mile is a trip from home to a transit hub. The last mile covers the final leg to one's destination. When these links are unsafe or unreliable, commuters avoid public transport entirely. Filipino commuters often spend excessive time and money just reaching MRT and LRT stations due to many factors: broken sidewalks, disconnected bike lanes, unreliable feeder services, fragmented land use planning. I think the good sponsor is also an author of the Urban Walkability and Safe Pathways Standards Act. It's still pending. This aims to establish safe pathways networks nationwide. And these networks shall consist of, first, bicycle lanes that are protected and accessible, pedestrian walkways that are wide, continuous, and shaded, and slow streets that prioritize non-motorized users. Now, my question is, Mr. President, what is the vision? What is the current national strategy to close the first mile and the last mile gaps in Metro Manila and in our major cities like Cebu, Davao, even Cagayan de Oro, Iloilo even? And what concrete milestones have been achieved to date? May we know the status of the efforts to build active transport infrastructure such as continuous sidewalks and protected bike lanes. I hope that the acting secretary will not give me run-of-the-mill answers to my questions, because I've been asking these questions almost every year in every administration, but we do not see any improvement in our transport facilities.
Your Honor, you're correct no, in your observation that we have become a car-centered society for so long. Right now, there will be a shift, as you know, that the DOTR has finally, we have refocused on commuter-based, no? Yung maging commuter, ano tayo, car-centered, no? Not airborne car-centered, with the north-south commuter lines, Metro Manila Subway, and with your concern with the safe pathways and bike lanes, they plan to add additional 1,000 kilometers of bike lanes and safe pathways along our newly constructed roads, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Yes. May this representation, Mr. Sponsor, be enlightened, where in the Senate committee report is it carried that the 1,000 kilometers will be built, and where does it begin? Where does it end? What are the LGUs that will be traversed by the 1,000 kilometers?
Your Honor, Mr. President, with the Senate intervention, Senate committee report, we have allotted 105,576,000 for active transport.
Yes. May we know where in the island of Luzon? Because I can't imagine, let's say, Metro Manila and the greater Metro Manila area, which would include 4A and Region 3, to have this. It would be ideal. It would be ideal. And I don't think it would cost much. It's a matter of getting the LGUs together and them allowing us to have a continuous bike lane and safe pedestrian access. May we know, where is this 1,000 kilometers? It's good news to hear. I would like to be enlightened so that people can prepare for this.
Your Honor, Mr. President, at present, with what was given to them, they said that the DOTR said that they will be able to have have presence of bike lanes in about 9 regions, no, with what was approved. They were actually asking for about 2.4 billion to cover the whole country, but unfortunately only 105,576,000 to our intervention was given. At least there is something. No, kung wala po yung Senate, there will be zero.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, thank you for that, Mr. Sponsor. May we know, let's say in the National Capital Region, how will the DOTR put the bike lanes, let's say in EDSA, where will the bike lanes traverse? In Metro Manila. Let's say from Valenzuela, where the chair of the Finance Committee is from, and that is near Malabon, where I was born, up to Pasay, where we are right now, or even Makati. May we know, where will you put the bike lanes? Will it pass through EDSA? Will it pass through the C5? Will it pass through Manila, Abad Santos, and the Old Manila? Where will it be? If it will go in 5 regions, let me just try to understand it.
According to, since it will be a challenge, kasi po yung Metro Manila's roads have been long constructed already, and it was not really designed for bike lanes. It was they only tried to squeeze in the bike lanes during the pandemic. But nonetheless, LTO said, DTOTR said that they will concentrate, improve the sidewalks, so that it will be a walkable city. And those newly constructed roads definitely will have bike lanes. No? So it's a challenge. Medyo mahirap po. It's complicated in Metro Manila because all the roads are already have been constructed. Na it will it's not. But if it's wide enough, then they will try to squeeze in or put bike lanes, Your Honor.
So thank you for your answer. So the 9 regions would not include the National Capital Region.
They said that NCR is already included. That's about 473 kilometers po ito with the budget that we have allotted, Your Honor.
NCR is not included. Your Honor,
Included.
Your Honor mentioned that it will be difficult because the roads are congested, and so does it mean that it is not included? But I am told now that NCR is included. I want to understand if NCR is included in the 100 million provision of the 1,000 kilometers, where will it traverse in NCR? Can you compute the 100 million divided by 1,000? Magkano per kilometer? Tignan natin.
They have a different program.
Your Honor, Mr. President, they are not concentrating on EDSA alone. No? There are other main roads that are wide enough, like Katipunan, Commonwealth, even Rojas Boulevard, that they can have bike lanes installed. And also, meron pa akong bago. Innovation, they will have an entry facility at the end of this thoroughfare so that pwede ho mag-shower and refresh if you go to bike to work, Your Honor.
Yes. Thank you for that, Mr. President. The fact that we are discussing it today and we will pass their budget, perhaps even enhance it or increase it, but may I know at least for 1 or 2 regions, this is specific location of are these only bike lanes or also pedestrian walkways? And if it's in Metro Manila, I want to have that vision in my mind. Because if they're not even certain if it will traverse Katipunan, not EDSA, C5, saan ba? Ross Boulevard, there should be a plan. How can we give funds to an agency which is not even certain where it will traverse in the National Capital Region? Because I am so much in favor, just like Your Honor, of having this. I'm not even a cyclist like you are, like Senator Pia Cayetano, like the others here, but we would be so excited to tell those who bike to work, which was happening partially at least during the pandemic. So may we know where in Metro Manila and how many kilometers in NCR?
Your Honor, Mr. President, I can tell you the bike lanes here because I bike to work. No, EDSA has, but I don't take EDSA because it's
Yes.
it's polluted.
So we want to know from the agency. They said that they have 1,000 kilometers covered in 2026 GAA, which we will approve. They said that we have 100 million. But then I'm wondering, Mr. President, if they claim we will have 1,000 kilometers for 100 million budget we place, that's only 100,000 pesos per kilometer. Ang galing nila magtayo. Ang baba di hama kaysa sa DPWH. Parang imposible po ito na meron pang 100,000 pesos per kilometer. Siguro isang metro lang ng kalsada ito. There's something wrong with our mathematics or science, Mr. President. So, in short, wag po tayo magpapabola kasi maganda pakinggan at advokasya talaga po natin ito for sustainable pathways. Pero wag sasabihin na 1,000 kilometers o sige, kung di ako nag-persist sa tanong ko, maniniwala ako, tinignan po natin 100 million lang bigay natin sa House Committee Report or sa Senate Committee Report. So 100,000 pesos per kilometer, mirakulo po ito.
Ma'am, yung Mr. President, Your Honor, the one that I mentioned, yung 1,000, 982 is the existing bike lanes right now. The one that they will do with the budget that we have given them of 100 million will be good for 400 kilometers, Your Honor. Yung pang 100,
that,
105 million.
How much, because we would imagine this is not the creation of new roads, right? This would be innovating existing roads to have bike lanes. Right?
That is correct, Your Honor.
So, just so that we have an idea, because we know more or less how much a road would cost, an FMR would cost, but an innovation from an existing road to have a bike lane, mga magkano po per kilometer so that we understand? Assuming the road is existing and you just lalagyan mo lang ba ng isang puting linya dyan, bike lane na yan, paano ba ho? Will they expropriate on both sides or on one side so that there would be a bike lane? How will they do it?
Your Honor, Mr. President, it depends. No? If the bike lane will be constructed not in the carriageway, meaning not on the road, it will be about 40,000 to 50,000 per kilometer, Your Honor.
40,000 per
40
square
to 50,000.
kilometer.
Yes.
Assuming it is
Not on the carriageway.
not on the main road itself.
Not on the main road.
Meaning they will expand the road.
That's
Not-
correct.
Yes.
If it's on the carriageway, kumbaga improvement na po ito, it
Yes.
will only be 15,000.
Okay.
Per
so,
kilometer.
15,000 meaning malapad po yung kalsada, lilinyahan lang siguro ng puti o dilaw, pero kung iwa-widen po nila ay 40,000, yung isa 15,000.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Oo. Tatanong po mo ng muli, yung 400 kilometers, hindi pala 1,000, ay saan po sa Metro Manila ilalagay po yan? Hindi ba dapat may plano? Humihingi ng budget eh. Dapat may plano.
Your Honor,
Dapat
they said
meron
that they
kayong
can
breakdown.
submit. So with that 473 kilometers, it will be in Caloocan, in Katipunan, in Muntinlupa, Valenzuela, and Marikina, Your Honor.
Ah, very good. So, Caloocan and Valenzuela.
That's
Ibig
correct.
sabihin ba ho, ang Caloocan na pupuntang Maynila sa may Abad Santos, magkaka-bike lane, tagos sa monumento. Tapos yung kalsada papuntang Valenzuela, anong pangalan ng kalsadang yon? Papuntang Valenzuela, saan si Chair? MacArthur Highway, magkakaroon din hanggang tumagos hanggang Bulacan sa dulo. Ibig sabihin, sa dulo ng Caloocan hanggang sa Abad Santos na yung boundary ng Caloocan at saka ang Maynila, tapos tatagos ng Bonifacio Monument, tapos MacArthur Highway hanggang dulo ng Valenzuela. Magkaka-bike lane next year. Totoo ba yun? Kasi grabe ang traffic doon. Anong gagawin nyo? Mag-e-expand kayo? Puro yan, sidewalk yan na may vendors? Or is it within the road proper? Kung
It will depend, Your Honor, depending on the road condition. So if the road is wide enough, if the carriageway can accommodate, it will be in the road. But in other areas na meron po mga sidewalks and others, they need to do a lot of improvement, Your Honor, to accommodate the bike lane.
Magkano po ito? Kasi I'm confused with the numbers. Can you please help me? If it's 100 million and they claim now it's how many? 470
kilometers.
470. Magkano po yan per kilometer? Magkano? Kung 100 million divided by 470. Magkano per kilometer gumawa? 212,000. Kaya nga po I'm confused eh. Kasi po sinabi po nila na pag dun lang po sa kalsada ay 15,000. Pag labas po sa kalsada, 40 to 50. Pero pag i-compute nyo po yung budget na hinihingi nila, na don't get me wrong ha, sinusuportahan ko eh. Tapos 470, magiging 200 plus thousand naman. So, ang gulo-gulo, yan ang problema sa ahensyang ito eh. At saka nothing personal ha, hindi ko kilala yung mga taong kinakausap nyo. Panahon pa ni Sec Abaya, Aquino administration pa, ganito na ako magtanong. At mula sa hearing, because I used to defend this agency when I was vice chair like your honor. So, I would seek the patience of our subcommittee chair. My questioning is based on my passion to have sustainability in our pathways. So, kung 15,000 tapos 40 to 50,000 outside of the road, bakit naman ito 212,000 pag i-compute mo? Bakit nag-iba po ang presyo? Parang hindi tama ang costing nila. Or baka naman humihingi sila sa Kongreso na wala naman silang plano. At yan ay problema ng maraming ahensya ng gobyerno. Hingi ng hingi, wala namang plano.
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to our secretary, that the amount they requested initially is 2.4 billion. Is based on a master plan. Since it was not granted, they have to make do with what was given of 105 billion. That's why they have to make adjustments.
Understood.
Sa prices,
Understood.
Your Honor.
Siguro po, pag ganito kayo mag-defend sa DBM, talagang hindi kayo bibigyan ng 2.5 billion. Eh kasi nga, 100 million lang, hindi lang, malaki to. Tapos, pinapaliwanag nyo, hindi nyo alam po what roads it will traverse. How can we support it? Because I was going to make a manifestation because I know your ask. I know I researched that you ask for higher and only one. I was going to make a manifestation to increase it. Maybe not restore it in full, but how do you restore if you can't even explain where it would traverse in Metro Manila? And please explain to me why it would be 212,000 per kilometer when you said that if it's within the existing road, and Caloocan and Valenzuela are existing roads there where you will build it, it would only be 40 to 50,000. So overpriced po yan by quadruple. Quadruple po. Kasi kundi mukhang patsi-patsi na naman tayo nito. Walang plano.
According to the OTR, that's why if it's class 1, they have to fix, they have to repair and improve the sidewalks, the walkways, sometimes expand to accommodate the bike lane. Kaya daw po minsan ganun tumataas yung cost per kilometer. If it's class 1. For class 2, that will be the one in the carriageway or in the road itself. So it will be just paint and improvement of the surface and bollards, Your Honor.
Okay. Sa sinabi po nyo, Caloocan City and Valenzuela, right? Ilang kilometro po yun? You said you had the master plan, so you would probably have the drawings, the idea, the kilometers. In short, where does it begin in Caloocan City and where does it end in Valenzuela City? I'm excited because I'm from there. Napanganak po akong sa Malabon City. Magkapit-bahay po kami ni Senator Sherwin. My playground was Monumento. Figuratively speaking, of course.
In Valenzuela, Your Honor, Mr. President, it will traverse Daang Uldog in Valenzuela, C5 in Quezon City, C3, Monumento in Caloocan, Malabon, P. Aquino Avenue, and nearby roads around the City Hall of Valenzuela, Your Honor.
Oh, so hindi po ito yung main thoroughfare. Hindi po to yung, anong pangalan ng kalsada sa
MacArthur?
Caloocan. Hindi MacArthur Highway sa Valenzuela. Hindi din yung kalsada ng Caloocan papuntang Abad Santos. Hindi yung main thoroughfare. So pumili po kayo ng ibang mga side streets.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr.
Yes.
President, because they coordinate with LGUs, and these are the roads that the LGUs recommended for the bike lanes to be installed, Your Honor.
So hindi po pwedeng magbisikleta mula sa Caloocan hanggang Valenzuela dahil putol-putol. So iikot-ikot lang siya doon para siya nag-practice ng biking. Hindi tuloy-tuloy. Hindi tuloy-tuloy.
According to them, if the master plan were followed, it will be connected, Your Honor. But again, it's subject to the fund availability again.
Okay, I'll leave NCR. What's another region you are competent to discuss, Mr. President? Banggitin lang po nyo yung isang bihasa po ninyo. Region 3, 4A, saan po? Region 6, saan kayo? Iloilo?
They said they have in Zamboanga and Iloilo, Your Honor.
O Iloilo. Saan, ilang kilometro po sa Iloilo? Saan po magsimula yung bike lane? Hanggang saan po?
According to them, about 16 kilometers. Unfortunately, pag tinatanong ko yung point A, point B, they do not know. But they will provide, Your Honor. Because according to them, this was recommended by the LGU.
Um,
16 kilometers po.
16 only?
Yes, apo.
Just in the city? Yes.
This is in addition to the existing, Your Honor. Meron daw existing in Iloilo.
So, okay, wag ko na pong pagpilitan. Maybe just show us
They will submit the master plan, Your
the
Honor.
master plan,
Yes.
so we see, for
So that
example,
you can, for your appreciation.
I'll just talk about, again, the region I know, which is Region 6. Nakapunta na kayo siguro naman ng Iloilo at Antique. Atin nyo yung boundary. Maganda mag-bike ka doon, Senator JV. Sa boundary ng Iloilo at saka ng San Joaquin at saka ng Hamtic. Tapos scenic yun. Bundok, I don't know if it's safe. Then you go, Hamtic, then hanggang San Jose, capital town. That's a South Antique. You go through the towns, seaside, up to my hometown in the north of Pandan. Scenic yun. Again, just do your investigation or what you call it, not investigation, but ocular inspection, whether it would be feasible to do something like that. Napakaganda. It's by car, it's around 3.5 to 4 hours. But it's beautiful scenic view. You cross from Iloilo to Aklan, even drive up to Malay, to Katiklan. Pwede yun. From San Joaquin, Iloilo, you cross through Antique, scenic route, 3.5 hours, then you go to Nabas, hanggang Katiklan, pwede ka. So, ano yan, pang expert bikers na yan, like Senator JV.
Your Honor, Your Honor, Mr. President, your idea is very nice. So that will be good also to attract cyclotourism. No?
Pero sabihin naman nyo, kasi
that
taga
you have
doon
been
siya. Hindi,
telling.
tingnan lang nyo.
Di ba,
Or ibang region na may scenic roads na ganyan.
Yes, those are good ideas. And they said that that's what they planned also. But the only dilemma is that in the GAA, there's a restriction that that the bike lanes be prioritized in the highly urbanized areas. Probably we can make an amendment so that we can have bike lanes in the
Yes,
beautiful
yes.
places.
Of course, I leave
Especially the tourism areas,
yes,
Your
I
Honor.
leave it to the better judgment of the OTR. And yes, maganda nga sa highly urbanized areas to decongest the car-centric kind of thinking, the roads, and we can have bike lanes which are safe and accessible so that Senator JV, who risks his life every day riding a bike, will be safer. Maybe, old as I am, you can teach me how to bike at this age. Pero kailangan po, maliwanag ang master plan. Hindi pag tinatanong po, parang nangangapa, parang di sigurado. Because I was ready to introduce an amendment to increase the budget. Pero mukhang hindi kayo sigurado, hindi naman rin ako ang chairman. Pero natutuwa ako, narinig ko may Valenzuela, kapitbahay namin yun sa Malabon. Narinig ko may Caloocan, taga doon po. Kaya lang, sana mas maliwanag. So, sa pagkaintindi ko ay parang patsi-patsi, putol-putol. Pero maganda sigurong makita ko, matutunan natin ano yung master plan na yan. Okay. I will leave it at that. So, are there any active efforts to integrate feeder networks and local transport services with major rail and bus systems? Again, the chair is an advocate of rail, the use of rail. So, may we know what are the efforts of a DOTR to connect the major thoroughfares with our rail and bus systems? We know the feeder networks connect the remote and smaller locations to major transport systems. So, please show me in the 2026 budget which allocation is it for the first mile, last mile connectivity improvements and active transport, if any. Kung wala, then I think you have to plan it for next year's budget.
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to SXTJ Batan for railways, all the existing, all the upcoming stations of the North-South commuter line will have a station plaza wherein the transport hubs, the transport services, no, yung mga buses, modern jeeps can already use it as terminal, no, as feeder line. And likewise, doon po sa Navotas, we added, through our committee amendment, we added 800 million for a feeder line going to the North-South commuter line station, Your Honor. Mr. President.
Siguro pag plano nyo, o tignan yung master plan, si Senator JV would know kasi he's a cyclist At saka gala yan, ikot yan ng ikot. Kailangan yung talaga nakakaintindi at alam yung sikot-sikot talaga. At palitan na natin ang ating thinking na car-centric. Masyadong car-centric, oo. Remember, these are public areas, yung tinatawag na commons. It should belong to the people, not just those who can afford vehicles. And when we make it safe and accessible, then more people would ride bikes, would even walk, which is healthier, if we provide the safe pathways. But if it's not provided, or if it's unsafe, and knowing some drivers, I'm not saying all, parang walang pakialam, bubunduling ka na lang. Walang disiplina. Diba? So, if we have the change of mindset, I think it could be better. Yes, I hope that the secretary, who's just in an acting capacity, would understand this. Yes. Are you all new? May I know? Bago pa lang sila sa DOTR? They're all new. No one has been here, let's say, through the 3 administrations. Wala. Kasi, para kong broken record dito, since 2015, panahon ni Sec Abaya, ganito rin mga tanong ko. Tayo no. 2013, nagtatanong na ako ng ganito.
A lot of our DOTR officials have been there for quite some time. like Secretary Lopez was there during the time of Secretary Art Tugade. Yung Sec TJ Batan has been there since the time of Secretary Jun Abaya. So,
O di alam na nila yung,
medyo
yung
matagal na rin po
frustration
yung
ko
iba.
sa kanila, ba't di sila nagbabago ng pananaw? Kailang sekretaryo na ganun pa rin. Oh, yan palagi. Yan pa. Hindi magbago mga pananaw. Nagabiyahe naman siguro sila. Nakikita naman nila kung paano yung mga kalsada, let's say, in Germany. Yeah. Ang aliwala, sas may bike lane, tapos napakadisiplinado. Alam ng pedestrian kung saan siya. Yeah. Anyway, so I go now to, I will leave it at that, not because I'm content with the answer, and it is not the fault of the good sponsor. I express my frustration, nothing personal, because I have expressed this 10 years ago when I used to defend the budget. Anyway, at the 45th ASEAN Maritime Transport Working Group meeting 2 years ago in Vietnam, the Philippines, through the Maritime Industry Authority, the Marina, presented its efforts to align with the International Maritime Organization's revised strategy on reducing greenhouse gas emissions from ships. The Philippine delegation then highlighted the drafting of a national strategy and action plan for green shipping and decarbonization, even amidst challenges in meeting these ambitious targets. In their submitted presentation for the 2026 budget last September 29, Marina noted benchmarking activities in countries like the UK, Norway, Singapore, nagbiyahe kayo, to study maritime autonomous surface ships, alternative fuels, and green technologies. These steps signal intent, but questions remain about the actual implementation and progress. So, may I be updated, please? What is the current status of the National Strategy and Action Plan for Green Shipping and Maritime Decarbonization? And when does Marina expect it to be finalized and implemented? What are the concrete projects being pursued to advance green shipping in the Philippines? Kung merong bang output talaga mula noong 2023. Kasi palagi tayo attend ng conference, benchmarking, capacity building, biyahe. Nasaan ang impact, ang output?
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to the Marina, there's an ongoing study and evaluation, and they would want to
Study na naman.
consolidate and get the best practice, no, that they can apply.
Nagbiyahe na
Your
nga
Honor.
sila. 2 years ago po yun. Sinabi ko na po, meron na po silang commitment nung 2023 sa Vietnam. At meron po silang strategy, etc. Yung Philippine delegation. Tapos nag-draft na po sila. Meron na sila. Meron silang, sabi nila, nag-draft ng National Strategy and Action Plan. Meron na daw. Ngayon, study pa rin. Ba't ba ganun? Puro study, tas nagbiyahe na rin. Aral ng aral, benchmarking, etc. So, puro ganun. Ano ba nangyari? Kailangan ulit magbiyahe sa Europe?
According to Marina, there's already a draft for the National Action Plan, and they will be submitting. What they are awaiting is for the consolidated reports
Ano ba yan?
from those who have traveled. You will travel din. Those consolidated report from those who traveled as well. Palay travel po.
Parang yung sinasabing walang nangyari. Yun ang hirap eh. Sino bang head ng Marina ngayon? 2023 yun. Tapos sabi nyo, actually, I'm quoting you Dito, marina.gov.ph. Sabi nila, Philippines shares efforts on green shipping decarbonization. Maganda pag basahin mo. Kaya excited ako sa mga tanong ko eh. Kala ko may output na kayo eh. This was 2 years ago. At sinabi nila, meron silang National Strategy and Action Plan for Green Shipping and Decarbonization. Hindi ko po imbento ito. Kayo po ang nagsabi, even amid challenges in meeting these ambitious targets, ang ganda. Now you're telling me, whatever is written on your website, which I quoted, you're still studying it? There is no such action plan?
Your Honor, Madam, Mr. President, they said that they will be submitting.
Ay,
Meron na raw
nako.
silang national action plan that they will be submitting.
In gist, I want to know, in gist, what are the items needed for green shipping? I want to understand from Marina. Nag-commit kayo eh. Sabi nyo sa inyong website, meron kayong green shipping. And what are your efforts towards decarbonization? So don't use those buzzwords if you're not ready. I'm using your report. I'm quoting from Marina. Sa website nila. Sa website po nyo. Sa website po nyo nakalagay. Kaya nga excited ako. I really thought this was going to be a very pleasant interpellation because I read it and it was good. And then in the budget hearing, they said that they had benchmarking activities in the UK, in Norway, Singapore. I wanted to understand. Now, first, they said that they had the National Strategy and Action Plan. And second, in the hearing, they said that they had benchmarking activities in Norway and Singapore and the UK, model countries for sustainable transport. So I wanted to learn from you what else I do not know about green transport, specifically green shipping, and the road towards decarbonization as author of the Low Carbon Economy Bill. Ba't nyo linalagay sa website kung di pala nyo naintindihan? Nakaka-frustrate ang gobyerno talaga. Nalagay nila.
It's a press release.
Yan na nga, alam ko. Kaya gusto ko maintindihan eh, hindi pala alam. Ba't ilalagay? Sino bang head na Marina? I just want to be educated. Ano pong ginagawa ninyo tungkol sa green shipping? Ang gandang pakinggan eh. Binasa ko, ang ganda-ganda eh. Kala ko. So wag kayo magde-declare sa website nyo na ginagawa nyo. Parang naman DNR ito. Sino? Sino dyan?
Then they issued a memorandum circular for the shipping for this law.
I'll repeat po.
Your Honor, Mr. President,
Yes.
they're already on the phase of capacity building, and second, they already issued a memorandum circular
Domestic shipping
to the domestic shipping lines for low emission regulation. For low emissions of ships, Your Honor.
Yes. May I know, issuing a memo is easy. So just please tell me what are the action items towards decarbonization and green shipping. Gusto ko lang po maintindihan. Kayo po ang nag-declare sa website nyo. So pag meron po kayong action plan, sabi nyo for green shipping and decarbonization, what are these? Just 1, 2, 3. Ayan. Towards green shipping, 1, 2, 3. Towards decarbonization, 1, 2, 3. Just like if you ask me, what are the climate adaptation measures that I can advise local governments? I'll tell you right now. So please educate me for green shipping, ano po ito? Yun lang naman. Sasagutin ko yung tanong ko. For example, solid waste management. Don't throw out na the sea. Cleaner source of fuel.
Your Honor, Mr. President, they said that they are complying for the net zero by 2050.
On net zero, tatanong ko, how will they Okay, net zero by 2050.
By 2030, 70%. And by 2030, 40%, sorry. And by 2040, 70%.
And 2050
By
net zero.
2050, net zero, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you for that. Because I also, in my office, we are calculating our GHG, and I will be a net zero office. I want to be negative. I want to be a negative person. Negative in terms of emissions. May I know then, if you aspire to be net zero by year 2050 and at least 40% by year 2040 or 2030, what are the offsetting mechanisms that Marina is doing to reach this target? Just an example of an offsetting mechanism.
They have already started using alternative fuels. For the Philippine registered ships, they're using alternative fuels. They are already introducing the e-boats, electric boats. Those are the two. Sorry po.
Electric boats?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Which boats are
Unfortunately,
these?
sorry for the delay. No? Wala po kasi yung head ng Marina.
Oo.
She is abroad, so.
Bakit ganyan ang mga tao?
IMO,
Kasi-
may IMO daw. May excuse letter.
Kasi hindi
That's
dapat
why
ganyan eh.
kaya po nagkakagulos. Pasensya na po.
Oo, hindi. It's not your fault, Mr. Chair. In fact, I apologize to you. You just happen to be defending it, just like I was frustrated when I was defending PCO. Pero yan na nga, once a year lang ang ating budget hearing. Dapat naman yung mga heads of agencies, nandiyan yung secretary, pero yung attached agencies, nandiyan naman sila. Yung mga konferensyang yan na nga biyahe ng biyahe ang mga tao eh. In fact, I'll tell you this, maybe, I don't know if I will be sustained by the body. Because we're always funding the MOE in the travels of everyone, dapat man lang, may report sila. May report sila sa head of agency, copy furnish Congress. Because we're funding it. And umuutang pa tayo para sa MOE ng Executive Department. Ha? No? Ng mga hindi pang capital outlay, utang na, umuutang tayo pang sweldo at pang biyahe, pang hotel. Na mahalaga naman siguro yung mga konferensyang yon, pero dapat sinasabi sa atin. So, I will introduce the amendment only if it will be accepted by the chair. I tried to introduce that in previous years, where all the official travels, of course, they clear it with their head of agency, and there should be reports to the head of agency, copy furnish Congress. Actually, meron na yun dati, natanggal. That's a requirement. So, anyway, I'm happy to know about alternative fuel, and you mentioned e-boats. Saan po itong mga e-boats na ito? Magandang sumakay ng e-boat kung talagang ginagawa na ba yan?
They're starting a pilot
Wala pa.
testing
Sige.
in Pasig River together with UST. Your Honor.
Yung sa ilog lang. Sige. So, kung nandyan yung head of Marina, sasabihin ko sana, ano bang example ng green shipping? Sinabi nyo, alternative fuel, cleaner fuel, okay. And energy efficient ship design. Regulations requiring slower speed, air lubrication, etc., and sustainable operations, considering a vessel's life cycle from the construction to the decommissioning. For those lang who will build, di ba? Kasi we have to start We have to start with the mindset na from the time it's built, from the design to the kind of materials. And then emissions control and mandating new tech phasing out of old systems. These are just some of the examples or action items for green shipping. And may I request Marina to do a memo and strict monitoring, again, correct me if it's not Marina or what agency and DOTR would do this, to check vessels if they really do not throw solid, liquid, infectious, human, or non-human waste into our waterways, our bays, our rivers, and our oceans, and our seas. Tita natin, paanahon ng habagat, no? Depende kung saan. Talagang grabe, maski malinis ka dun sa lugar mo, talagang grabe ang dumi ng plastic at ng lahat. At galing yan sa ibang parte ng arkipelago, pero hindi natin alam kung galing din sa ship. So, ano pong ahensya ng gobyerno, marina ba, ang magtatalaga sa ating mga ships, vessels, para po makita kung talagang hindi po tinatapon sa karagatan habang walang tumitingin?
Your Honor, but Mr. President, there's a shared responsibility between Coast Guard and Marina. Both agencies
Are under DOTR. Yes.
under the OTR, they check yung po mga vessels, all ships and all the seacraft and vessels that transcend our sea lanes. So tinitingnan po nila. They make sure that nobody dumps ito pong mga any waste, no, on our seas.
Ganong kadalas po sila nakita ng violations? Both Marina and Coast Guard.
Your Honor, Madam President, Mr. President, unfortunately, they said they don't have the records right now, but they will submit.
Sana wala. Kung hindi nila maalala, ibig sabihin wala na nag-violate. At sino po ang nag-check kung nandun pa ba yung basura mula sa pag-alis hanggang sa pag-traverse niya ng karagatan hanggang sa destination niya or sa destinations kung nandyan pa. Or kung malinis, ay tinapon yan sa karagatan.
According to our Coast Guard Commandant, Your Honor,
Coast
there are
Guard.
violations.
There are violations.
And there are corresponding penalties that have been...
Ano po ang penalty pag makita niyong nagtapon kasi walang laman yung kanilang lagayan?
Meron daw fine, no, and penalties, pero they will just check the amount. They don't have the exact amount right now.
Okay. But I hope it's a joint task between Marina and the Coast Guard. Sana po stricto tayo dahil una, yan ang buhay po ng ating mga mangingisda at almost kalahati po ng ating mga mangingisda. Ang mga pamilya nila dyan nakasalalay ang kanilang kabuhayan, yan ang ating mga kinakain. At pangalawa, paano tayo magkakaroon ng turismo kung mukhang basurahan ang ating karagatan? So that's a very important responsibility. Thank you for that. I now go to the high commitment fees due to undisbursed loan funds and the slow right-of-way acquisitions. Again, during the DOTR hearing last September 29, it was reported that the government has incurred $6.5 million in commitment fees for the Malolos-Clark segment of the North-South Commuter Railway because loan funds from the Asia Development Bank could not be disbursed on time. These fees mount when loan proceeds remain idle. The main cause is slow and inconsistent right-of-way acquisition, driven by land valuation disputes, negotiation challenges, and dependence on unprogrammed appropriations that cannot be released without meeting revenue targets. So all these reasons and more push back the project timelines, increase the costs, and expose the government to avoidable financial penalties. Oversight is needed to clarify the real status of right-of-way acquisition, the financial impact of the delays, and the reforms necessary to prevent further losses. So, having said that, may I know, Mr. President, what are the concrete steps that the DOTR is taking to resolve the persistent right-of-way bottlenecks, valuation disputes, negotiations with landowners, and all of that? Kasi sayang naman yung interest, yung commitment fees in the millions of dollars. Parang ang matino lang ahensya, NCCA. Oo, walang korap doon. At saka, maganda. Kasi konti lang budget. Tapos pinapanood ko sila. Maayos. NCCA.
Your Honor, Mr. President, what will be a big help to resolve the right-of-way issues is the passage of the Right-of-Way Act, the new law that was recently passed, and also they have a budget now of at present of 2.75 billion, hopefully to be able to pay obligations, no, doon po sa right-of-way. But as you mentioned earlier, one of the things that really delayed the North-South commuter line in particular was lodging the funding for the foreign assisted projects, especially the GOP portion, in the unprogrammed funds, no? And that really had disastrous results, no? Nagkaroon po tayo ng delays because for the first few months the progress billings was not paid. Yun po, that's one of the reasons why, as I mentioned earlier, before, that JICA went to the President himself to complain about the delays in the project. So now what we did we made sure, with the help of the chairman, with the approval of the chairman of the Finance Committee, we made sure that the government participation and the majority of the foreign assisted funds will now be lodged under the program appropriations. And whatever is left in the unprogrammed appropriations, we will have a special provision, hopefully with the consent of the body, that once the loan, there's a billing, immediate priority will be released in unprogrammed funds, Your Honor, to make sure that it will not happen again what happened in the past, that there will be delays. So as to
Expedite
prevent,
the process, yeah.
to expedite and also to prevent the commitment fees that are very expensive, Your Honor.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chairman. Now we go to the uneven distribution of regional budget and the congestion spillover. According to the roadmap for transport infrastructure development for Metro Manila and surrounding areas, prepared by JICA in partnership with NEDA, and this was long ago, 2014 and 2019. NCR, Region 3, 4A, so Central Luzon and Calabarzon, are collectively referred to as the Greater Capital Region, as you know. Collectively, GCR accounted for 56.1% of the country's economic output in real terms in 2024, based on data from the Philippine Statistics Authority. In 2026, however, the National Capital Region, NCR, will again dominate the DOTR budget with 181.6 billion or 92%, leaving only 8% for the other 17 regions, and poorer regions such as BARM, Region 5, Region 9, Region 8 will continue to receive very minimal shares. So NCR's chronic congestion, as we know, doesn't stop in its borders. It spills into Cavite, Laguna, Bulacan, and Rizal, where millions commute daily. Without upgraded infrastructure in these feeder regions, congestion in NCR cannot realistically be solved. Kung again, puro Metro Manila-centric tayo, hindi po natin iniisip yung mga nagtatrabaho dito pero nakatira sa Cavite, meron sa Laguna, meron sa Bulacan, sa Pampanga, maaring Tarlac. Paano po yun? Ang concentration ng alokasyon natin ay NCR pa rin. 92% po ng budget. So may I be enlightened, what is a DOTR's basis for allocating 92% of its 2026 budget to NCR, despite a documented need for regional transport development in the greater capital region and the rest of the Philippines? Pagod na ako. Ayoko nang tangin yung flight dito. Pero siguro para may on-record.
Your Honor, Mr. President, kaya po mukhang malaki po yung sa NCR because we are currently the biggest projects that are ongoing is the North-South Commuter Line and the Metro Manila Subway System. But the North-South Commuter Line passes through 3 regions. It's not just NCR. It starts in Pampanga, in Clark, traversing to Metro Manila, and then ending in Laguna, in the south. No? And then the Metro Manila Subway System, ongoing. And also, through your intervention, yung pong mawawalang budget for infrastructure in the flood control, part of it, with the permission of the chairman, we propose that it be used still for infrastructure projects. That's why we will have airport improvements in various areas. No? Yung po mga bago, Mati, Airport, Camiguin, Daet, and then improvement of Siargao Airport, about 100 million. That's because it's a tourism center. Legazpi, about 1 billion. And other projects, no? Improvement of ports and airports all over the country. Marami ho tayong upgrading of airports to make them night rated, and also ports improvement. So you can say that probably yung pong concentration looks like it's just in Metro Manila because it's in the central office. But there are a lot of projects now ongoing in the different parts of in the different regions in the country, Your Honor.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. I'm happy to hear that, and we would be happy to receive the allocation of the both airports and ports that you mentioned, so that we can tell the people that it's not just Metro Manila-centric or Luzon-centric. Yes, so who was here during the Abaya time, the Aquino administration? Because I remember during that time, there were so many regional airports that were promised, and the committee hearing, they just admitted that they had the funds. I think para ma-obligate, they put it in CAAP, then it was probably never built. So that was 10 years ago. If you can just kindly look at your files, bagamat bago kayo, you don't have to answer it now, ano yung mga airport noon na pinangako, nag-antay ang tao, may lupa, o baka sinimulan, hindi ginawa, hindi natapos, nag-iba ng administrasyon, hindi na nangyari. Buti na lang si Senator JV, talagang he's for regional development, nasimulan, pero ang liliit naman ng mga pondong linigay nyo sa airport, baka naman pagkatapos pag hindi na kayo chair or ibang administration, makalimutan. Tapos may mga bakal na nakalabas dyan, tapos wala nang airport, o maliit yung runway, wala naman makalanding, maikli, ganun. So, I don't know if you have the list now, but during the time, I remember 10 years ago, I asked these questions in a hearing when I used to chair the budget. O siguro naman by now, natayo na lahat ng pangako noon.
I have an initial list of the airports promised. No? Like San Vicente Airport in Palawan, supposedly communications equipment for control tower. Funds were reverted. Naga Airport.
Sayang naman, like San
Opo.
Vicente, bakit sa gitna po ito ha?
Opo.
Kasi yung El Nido is a private airport.
Yes.
Puerto Princesa, yan lang ang commercial airport.
That is
Bakit
correct.
sinimulan, tas hindi ginawa?
Yes,
Anong
that's
dahilan po
2016,
yun?
Your Honor.
2016, bakit po?
Sayang.
Sayang.
Anong reason?
Because
San
it's
Vicente.
around
May
2 to 3 hours from Puerto Princesa
That's correct.
to San Vicente. And from San Vicente to El Nido, what? Another 2 to 3 hours. Bakit hindi ituloy yun?
But now, Madam, Your Honor, Mr. President, according to CAAP, San Vicente is now completed. It's now operational. 2016 na po nakalagay reverted, but it was now completed.
Pero turboprop lang ang pwede. Turboprop.
Yes, that's correct. Turboprop. Naga Airport, site development 2016. Funds reverted due to issue with right-of-way being undertaken by LGU. I don't know. Provincial government.
Sige, you can just submit the list, but
Yeah.
maybe they should update it. Kasi I think this is a similar list.
There are a lot of airports, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Pero
But the
natupad-
others are, nakikita ko po, have been done already. May mga natigil
Nangyari
nun,
na.
but
Siguro
nangyari.
naman 10
Like Kawayan
years.
Airport is already close to being nitrated, no? Yung Ozamis po, Pagadian. So there are a lot of, some of our...
Kasi nakatatlong administration na,
being,
siguro
ano
naman
na.
naitayo na. Yeah.
In Siargao Airport, which to our intervention, we will have 100 million for the upgrading because it's a tourist area. So marami naman ho tayong improvement with the airports, Your Honor.
Siargao, turboprop lang, no? Hindi pa pwede ang jet.
That's
Maikli
correct.
pa yung runway. Bakit hindi habaan yung runway assuming may lupa para pwede ng jet?
The CAAP is studying it for full extension of the runway. Baka kailangan mag-reclaim because of the
Yun
limited
ang problema.
space.
Huwag na natin bagitin yung reclamation. Okay. Since I will end with the cost of flying, no? At alam nila ito. Airfares from Manila, okay, I'll sound parochial but I have to set an example, to Antique are consistently 2 to 3 times more expensive than flights to nearby hubs like Iloilo or Caticlan. Let's say Manila to Antique, Manila Iloilo or Manila Caticlan ticket can cost 1,200 to 1,700, while Manila Antique tickets often sit at 3,000 to 5,000, even higher on peak season. So, yun, mas mahal. Alam ko sasabihin nyo kasi bihira lang ang flight dahil sa ikli ng runway, hindi pa sapat. I want to understand that. So, what are the either operational reasons, commercial reasons, while the flight prices to San Jose Antique are significantly higher than those to Iloilo or Caticlan? And is it the current aircraft type? Is it the frequency, dahil 3 times a week lang? Or the load factor affecting the cost? And what are the options to scale service and to lower the fares?
Your Honor, Mr. President, since Antique, San Jose Antique is being serviced by a turboprop aircraft.
Yeah.
According to them, the cost of operation of a turboprop and the jet is almost similar. Halos pareho lang po yung gastos. But the capacity, passenger capacity of turboprop is only about 70 passengers as compared to about almost 150 to 200 pesos, 150 to 200 passengers for an A320 jet, Your Honor. So yung cost niya talaga is very
What is-
expensive if it's turboprop, Your Honor.
Thank you for your answer. Ano po ang length ng runway para po pwede na ang jet? And what is the length of the present runway of the Antique Airport? Just so that in context na makita nyo, Kasi po, 3 oras at kalahati kung nakasasakyan ka from Iloilo Airport to
1,600
Antique.
Antique.
And then, from South Antique to Katiklan Airport, mga 5 hanggang 6 na oras. So, kailangan talaga ng airport doon. Pero ang mahal naman ng pasahe. Doble o triple ang presyo.
Your Honor, Mr. President, at present, Antique San Jose Airport, the runway length is 1,600 meters.
Meters, yes.
What is the minimum needed for jet aircraft to be able to land and take off or operate is about at least 1,800. Konti na lang po.
200 meters
But
na lang.
safer kung 2,100.
We don't like any risks. How long is the Katiklan Airport runway?
Katiklan Airport is about 1,800, Your Honor.
So, safe naman nag-landing doon, oo. So, we need 200 meters more so that it is as long as the Katiklan Airport.
At present, Antique Airport is being extended to 1,800.
So, magiging kasing haba na po ng Katiklan.
That is correct. So it can accommodate Airbus jets already.
It can accommodate jets by what month or what year po?
Kailan mamatap?
Right now, turboprop lang.
Third quarter of next year, Your Honor, is the target completion.
Okay, thank you for that. So by next year, the length of the runway of Antique Airport in San Jose, the capital town in the south, will be as long as Katiklan Airport, 1,800. Pero sinabi nyo, for safety reasons, dapat 2,100. Does that mean hindi po safe lumipad sa Katiklan ngayon? Na 1.8 jet po?
It is safe, Your Honor, Mr. President, but it's payload limited, meaning hindi ka po pwede mag-full fuel capacity or fuel passenger
At nagbabayad
passengers.
ng mas mahal, no? Yung airline.
That is correct.
Oo, nagbabayad na mas mahal. Kaya mas mahal din ang presyo ng ticket.
That is correct.
Oo. So pag i-extend ang Katiklan ng 2-1 at ang Antique ng 2-1, bababa ang presyo ng ticket. Tama ba ho?
Optimum, madam, because they can already be maximum capacity.
Ang Siargao, ilang meters po ang runway? Kasi turboprop din. 1.6 lang?
About 1,600.
Also 1.6. Bukidnon Airport of Senator Miggs. Ay, buti pa si Senator Miggs, jet. Iba talaga. Magaling talaga. Ako nagsimula. Why does it take you 10 years to build an airport? Yeah. Why does it take forever? Ano po ang challenges? Bakit? Parang 10 years yata bago. Hindi pa rin tapos yung completion ng runway.
Operation next year. Ilan?
Your Honor, for Bukidnon Airport, partial operations targeted by next year is about 1,600 meters for turboprop, but once fully completed to 2,100 meters, so it can accommodate safely Airbus jets with
That's
full
exciting.
capacity.
Very good. Yes.
That's the
because right
legacy
now-
of our majority leader.
Yes, and it started in 2018 when I was chairman of the Finance Committee, and it was a Senate amendment. Ayun. Thank you. Marinduque Airport, for example, ilang kahaba po ang runway?
Marinduque is about 1,500 meters.
Pag 1.5 po, turboprop, pwede.
That is correct.
Ang San Vicente, ilan? 1.6 ba? turboprop? Yes. Ang San Vicente po, ganong kahaba?
Chairman, Mr. President, may I interject with the permission of the two, the sponsor and the interpolator? Mr. President, if I may, it's okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm trying to, can I, a bit of restraint to the DOTR because yung turboprop, masyadong mahal ang turboprop.
Yeah.
The
Mahal
flights,
talaga.
Secretary, Mr. Sponsor. So whenever they build something that's 1,200, 1,400, pwede na po yung turboprop. Alam mo, yung ticket ng turboprop times 2 sa Airbus 320. That is the complaint of all the tourists in this country, both local and foreign. My staff do not want to go to Siargao because it is cheaper to go to Hong Kong, to Taiwan, to Korea, to Japan. With $400, you can go abroad. Because the complaint of Cebu Pacific to us is that a turboprop, Mr. Secretary, is very expensive to fly. Masyadong fuel dependent kasi yan, turboprop eh. And then, ang capacity pa nila, 80 passengers lang maximum. So, yeah, and ano pa yan, that's also weather dependent. Pag medyo masama yung weather, mahina. So, wag tayo po proud na we're building airports at 1,500 meters because you're not going to get the tourists. Wala eh. Mahal, tapos na yun, yung turboprop pa, balita ko, you have to fly away, you have to fly from Clark. Diyos ko Lord. That means, if you want to go to Siargao, you're an Australian, you fly Sydney, Manila, Clark to, saan ba to? To Siargao. That's three stops. 2 stops to 3 spots. The DOTR has to help the tourism industry. Ako naiiyak na talaga. What's wrong with our country? You should see Da Nang, Vietnam. All the areas in Vietnam now. Chiang Mai. All the areas of
okay.
Dapat i-tour natin sila. Siguro Senate na magbayad ng budget nila para
Teka, ano
hindi
nga
sila
ang
matamaan.
solusyon? Ang solusyon nga ay
I-tour natin sila
kailangan
lahat.
habaan ng runway, di ba? Yun eh. Sinagot
Kailangan
niya
talaga
kanina.
habaan ng runway because it's too expensive, Your Honors,
Yeah.
to maintain turboprops. And you can't blame the airlines for charging more expensive tickets unless we can get the three Airbus 320s to land there. Our tourism is in the doldrums right now. And they're complaining that we'd rather fly one stop in a nice place nearby, Thailand, Indonesia, instead of the Philippines. FYI lang po. So we should
I
veer
agree
away
with
from
you.
that. We should no longer be proud. The DOTR should no longer be proud that we're building small runways and airport. No, we should do it at least 2,000 meters. That's why we're improving Camiguin. Because Camiguin, the A320s cannot land there, and therefore it's stunted. It's a beautiful province. My
So I'd like to
goodness.
know then,
Thank
will
you,
you
Mr.
still, thank you for pointing that out again, does it mean that you will no longer build just 1,600 meters airports and only build 1.8 to 2.1?
Your Honor, Mr. President, the thrust of DOTR right now is to upgrade all airports, especially in the tourist areas, and to target about 1,800
Minimum,
to 2,100
Okay.
so that Airbus jets can be accommodated and to upgrade the airports so that they can be night rated,
Okay.
so that they can accommodate flights even at night.
Okay. I will stop at that. And on that high note, that commitment of the OTR through the chair. So improve all the runways, yung mga 1.6 or 1.5, magiging 1.8 or 2.1, right? And then they will give me the list of those which are, Palawan is touted as the best island in the world. So, kung Puerto Princesa lang ang entry, tas ang mahal-mahal ng El Nido, kasi naman private airport yon. Pero yung San Vicente, maganda sana.
Actually, Your Honor,
habaan naman nyo to 1.8
President,
para
it's
pwedeng jet.
1,800 already.
1.8 na siya.
Yes, so
Pwede lang jet.
probably just improve the terminal and
Bakit
pag
walang-
nagkaroon na siguro ng
Bakit walang
traffic.
jet na nag-fly doon? Bakit turboprop lang? Huh?
Your Honor, they claim that there's still not much traffic, so not lack of siguro facilities.
But it's already 1/8.
Yes, it's 1/8
Can-
already. It's ready. Kung meron na facilities and probably passenger traffic, then it can accommodate already Airbus
Can we
aircraft.
request DOTR through CAAP? Is it CAAP or CAB to help us also invite where you have already successfully completed runways which are either 1/6, 1/8, or 2/1 to have a marketing to invite promotional campaign AirAsia, Cebu Pacific, not just Philippine Airlines, so that they can have air connectivity in these areas, in these destinations.
Yes,
So-
the Secretary Lopez said that they will coordinate
Hihingin po natin yung
with the
listahan, yung
Department
mga
of
tapos
Tourism.
na as of now, at yung mga sa 2026 ay meron naman provision for 1.5 or 1.6 to 1.8, magiging 2.1, para may antabayanan, maplano na rin nila ang mga pag-enlarge ng kanilang destinations.
Yes,
Okay?
Your Honor, Mr. President.
Yes.
With our interventions here in the Senate, we are prioritizing the tourism areas.
Okay, sabi ko last na yan, pero last na to. Coast Guard. Kasi tayo ay, okay, Coast Guard. Sino pong head ng Coast Guard ngayon? Yes, opo.
Admiral Gavan is
Okay,
here.
Admiral, hi. Alam naman nyo, bilang advocate ng ating karagatan, kalikasan, at proteksyon din sa seguridad ng ating bansa. Ilan ba tayong kilometro? 36,000? 36,000, no? Okay, 36,000 kilometers ang ating bansa.
That is correct.
Okay. 7,641 islands, 36,000 kilometers of the Philippine archipelago with 112.7 million population. Ilan po, last na, ilan po ang ating Coast Guard stations sa ating coastline ng 36,000 kilometers? Main stations and substations, if any, and what are our assets in those Coast Guard stations?
We have 96 Coast Guard stations and 644 substations.
Nakapaligid po yan. Sa 36,000 kilometers, pero baka iba inland. Ito po, sa 36,000 kilometers, ilan po ang main Coast Guard stations and substations? Because when you say 600, the others may be inland waters. Yes. Sa ano po? Exterior, what is the right word, of our archipelago?
Majority are outside, nasa mga ano po, no, nasa coastal, no. The only inland substations are in the lakes, in Taal and Lake Cebu
Okay.
and Laguna.
So we have 600 Coast Guard stations sa 600 ba?
644 substations
And how many?
96 stations.
What is the ideal for the 36,000 kilometers? And are these stations in good shape? Do you have the equipment needed, the sea vessels, the trained personnel, the technology?
The ideal ratio is about 3 personnel per kilometer. Yeah,
3
per
personnel
square kilometer.
per kilometer.
Yes, Your Honor.
And do we have that? But we have the auxiliary corps.
They will be needing about 108,000 personnel, ideally. So at
100?
present, 108,000.
8,000 Coast Guard
Personnel.
stations.
Personnel.
Personnel.
At present, they have about 36,000.
Okay. So we're short We're only one-third. We're only one-third of what's needed.
Yes, they're short
Yeah.
of 70,000. Your Honor.
You're talking about personnel, but not yet the stations. So if
Yes,
we
personnel.
have the stations, the 600 substations, and how many main? Is it 90, you said?
96.
96. So sub and the main stations, say mo na 400, no? Both the main and the substations. What is the ideal number of stations for the 36,000 kilometers? Last na. May pagod na rin nga ako eh. Oh, sige. Bakit pag si Alan hindi mo
You are just talking about stations. You know, the shoreline of the Philippines is longer than the shoreline of the United States. But the Coast Guard capability of the United States, we're about 40% of what they have, especially in equipment. I think you should concentrate on that also.
Yes, in fact, I have many more questions. I wanted to know the stations, the personnel, and the capability, and the assets, but the majority leader is asking me to wind up my interpellations.
The ideal, Mr. President, Your Honor, is to have one Coast Guard station in all the municipalities in the coastal areas. All coastal municipalities. That's about 832 municipalities.
We have 832 coastal municipalities.
That is correct.
Yes. And it would be ideal to have a Coast Guard station in every coastal municipality.
Yes, Your Honor.
How many
That's the
Coast
ideal.
Guard stations do we have in the 832? Sana meron silang plano, maski timeline. Suportahan natin. Sige, ibigay na lang nila. Kasi it's not a matter of building a station. Pero do we have the trained personnel? Do we have the equipment? What are these basic equipment?
They need about 188 more stations and substations.
O, kaya yan. So, I would be happy to receive a basic briefer from the Coast Guard sa 36,000 kilometers, sa 800 plus LGUs in the coastline, and the need for 118 Coast Guard stations, and the need for X, how much would that cost? And it's not just a matter of building the infrastructure, but also do we have the trained personnel and the equipment needed, and what are these basic equipment? So I would be happy to be briefed about that. I do not commit. It will be carried in 2026 so that we have a plan for the next, even just 3 years, so we know how we will equip and guard our coastlines. Not just from external intrusions, but also guard it environmentally. Yeah. Okay, I will terminate my interpellations and would want to express my sincere gratitude to our very hardworking chair of the committee, and would request for the inputs that we discussed today. Thank you.
We'd like to thank also Senator Legarda for the support for the DOTR family, especially for the Philippine Coast Guard.
Thank you. Mr. Majority Leader, before you call on the next interpellator, I would just like to place on record a statement that I think should be given as an information, not only here, but also to our counterparts. Because it has come to my attention that several members of the House of Representatives, and they have called my political officer, especially district representatives. They are anxious in saying that the budget for their districts are being slashed here in the Senate, specifically by Senator Lacson and myself. This is unfounded. We have not touched the budget of the districts. Our finance chairman can confirm this. I suggest that to our counterparts and asking that you discuss your apprehensions with your chairman of appropriations. Tanungin ninyo because there's nothing happening here. Wala kaming ini-slash or ginagalaw sa mga districts ng GAB. As a matter of fact, we have not touched anything yet. This is all period of interpellation. So, yung mga sinasabing kami ni Senator Lacson, kinat namin lahat yung mga budget daw nila at yung ano nila, ayan po yung maliwanag na black propaganda po yan. Just for the record. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, yeah, and it would be good that our chairperson, Senator Gatchalian, could come down from his office and then at least confirm the statement of the Senate President that there is no truth to that news.
He
Mr.
can
President.
confirm that. In fact, I asked him earlier, is that possible? And he said, it's not possible, and we have not done such a slashing that they're talking about.
So while we await maybe the entry of Senator Gatchalian to the session floor, we'd like to recognize, to continue the interpellations,
Yes,
Senator
please
Joel
continue.
Villanueva, Mr. President.
Yeah, Senator Joel Villanueva is recognized, and I yield the chair to the President Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished Majority Leader, thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. President, may I be allowed, Mr. President, to maybe know if the distinguished sponsor, our seatmate, our brother, and the hardworking Deputy Majority Leader and the Vice Chairperson of the Senate Committee on Finance, Senator J.V. Ejercito, would yield to this representation's a few questions, Mr. President.
Yes, absolutely. Your interventions are always welcome.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, distinguished colleague. I was listening attentively to the interpellations of our Tita Ganda, Senator Lauren, and we have learned a lot, and also will no longer touch on some of her questions. And it's just that I'm also a bit concerned with regard to continuity of the programs of the department. Every time po nagpapalit ang administrasyon, nagpapalit ang presidente, nagpapalit ang secretary, minsan nagkakaroon ng disruptions. Hindi pala minsan, parang almost sure nagkakaroon ng disruptions, no, Mr. President. Kaya I share the sentiments of Senator Ligarda. Mr. President, Uno, at the onset, may I just put into the records our sincerest thanks and gratitude to our chairperson, Senator Gatchalian, Senator J.V. Ejercito, for sponsoring the budget of DOTR. We examine one of the largest increases in the entire fiscal year 2026 budget of the government. Ang total budget po ng DOTR is set to receive 189.3 billion pesos, or a 115% increase from last year. Is that a correct figure, Mr. President?
That's the correct figure, Your Honor.
Yes, so malaking pondo po ito, and with the budget this big, of course, we also expect big results. And not only in infrastructure, but also in job generation. But before I go to job generation, maybe this figures would help, as the Senate President a while ago made mention. For 2026, ang total expenditure program ng DOTR sa committee report po natin sa Senado ay 189.289 billion, which is higher by 8.51% from the GAB na 174 billion, 174.436 billion, but lower by 4%, 4.08% from the NEP level, which is 197.331 billion. Is that the correct figure, Your Honor, distinguished colleague?
That is correct, Your Honor. That's the correct figure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Maybe it would also help and give light to what the Senate President made mention a while ago. No? So, mas mataas po yung binigay ng ating committee report mula po doon sa GAB level, Mr. President. Mr. President, let me go to the meat of this representation sa advocacy, which is job generation. Alam natin yung departamento ng Department of Transportation ay napakalaking sektor para po tignan ng ating pamahalaan when you look at job creation and job generation, Mr. President. May we know, first question, may we know how big is the sector in terms of employment at ano po yung percentage nito sa ating gross domestic product? I have some figures but I'm not sure if this is correct figures na isinubmit po sa atin. Just to put on record, Mr. President. Employment po ng sector ng transportation.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, based on an ADB study, the South Commuter section of the North-South Commuter Rail System alone is expected to generate a total of 350,000 direct, indirect, and involved jobs, Your Honor. In the North segment of NSCR, if it's included in the Metro Manila Subway, MRT-7 and LRT-1, Cavite extension are included, the number will easily exceed 1 million jobs created.
That's direct and indirect, no? Mr.
Direct
President?
and indirect, Your Honor.
So, Mr. President, yung sa buong sektor ng transportasyon, we're looking at, dito lang ho, no, sa binanggit po ninyo, about 1.3 million sa dalawang proyekto lang. But in the totality, Mr. President, we have gotten this data that states right now the Philippine transportation sector is employing 3.7 million workers. Please correct me if I'm wrong, if these figures are inaccurate. 3.7 million workers as of now. And if that is the case, then that is 12.7%. That's 12.7% of our total labor force, Mr. President. Malaki po. In fact, there's also a report that the Philippine transportation sector covering yung rail, yung roads, aviation, and maritime, it's rapidly growing. It's a rapidly growing industry contributing to 13% of our GDP. Would this be an accurate or at least close figures, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor, according to Secretary Lopez, that is the correct estimate.
That's a correct estimate.
Yes.
So yung 3.7 million workers, binabanggit nyo po, yung dun sa dalawa na binanggit nyo po, madadagdagan pa ng 350,000 direct and indirect jobs dun sa MRT-7, etc., another 1 million. Dagdag po yan, hindi ito kasama na cumulative ang lahat, Mr. President, ng sektor, ng buong sektor, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor, that's additional, especially once operational already, these existing railway lines that are being constructed.
Malaking bagay po, Mr. President, and the distinguished sponsor would attest to this. Ever since we became friends and seatmates and brothers here in the Senate, we always talk about this particular topic of infrastructure in railways, in roads, etc., especially railways because that's very close to the heart of the distinguished sponsor. We always talk about job generation, Mr. President. So I think it is important also from this representation's point of view to look at the proposed budget of the department and say, how many jobs are we looking at? How many jobs are we projecting to generate by the transportation sector? Perhaps ataduhin po natin, no, in this particular budget that we are discussing, maybe we can find out, meron po ba tayong tina-target or committed job targets per sector? For instance, railways, sa road, sa maritime, sa aviation. Meron po ba tayong ganitong mga pag-aaral as to how many jobs will be created, Mr. President?
Usually, Your Honor, Mr. President, that for example, they will submit a study. For example, we're applying for an ODA or that's for or any requirement. For example, with JICA, ADB. That's part of the feasibility study. Yung pong jobs that will be created or be generated because of the said project, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. President. And you know, I asked that question because I found out, Mr. President, distinguished colleague, that the DBM only approved 158.294 billion under the NEP out of the 464 billion requested by the Department of Transportation and Railways. Is that a correct figure, Mr. President?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Yes. So, Mr. President, having said this was further reduced to 135 billion under our very own Senate committee report on the GAB, with cuts heavily affecting capital outlays, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, itong mga nakat po na ito, at kanina tinatanong ko po, binanggit ng ating sponsor, meron silang mga pag-aral, meron silang mga preparation tungkol dito, yung Trabaho para sa Bayan Act is already a law, yung master plan, employment master plan ng pamahalaan ay gumagana na. So gusto nating malaman sana, Ginoong Pangulo, maapektuhan po ba yung naging target, naging, I don't know if you already had a commitment with the DepDev and DOLE and the council that is taking care right now of our employment master plan. Mag-a-adjust po ba dahil dito sa mga kaganapan na ito, Mr. President?
Your Honor, Mr. President, through the Senate's intervention, the major priority programs or foreign assisted projects, especially the North-South Commuter and Metro Manila Subway System, will be assured that it will be full blast from now. Unlike when 2 years ago, when, as I mentioned earlier, that yung pong funds nito were lodged in the unprogrammed funds and really had disastrous consequences. Nag-delay po, and then we had commitment fees, which resulted in JICA going to the President himself to complain about the delays. So medyo nakakaya po.
Because it was transferred from the regular GAA to the unprogrammed. Is that
is correct.
Accurate, Mr. President?
From a program appropriation, it was lodged in the unprogrammed appropriation.
You and I, Mr. President,
We
distinguished
know
colleague,
the reason.
know very well the reason. Yeah, as you mentioned.
That is correct.
And you also, Mr. President, distinguished colleague, you also know very well that this representation is allergic to that unprogrammed funds. And the chairman of our Senate Finance Committee, who just stepped in, know very well the challenges and the hocus-pocus happening with the unprogrammed funds. But I will not go there, Mr. President, but I'm more interested, again, in the job creation, in the commitments, probably if there's a commitment from the department as to how many jobs will be created. Because you made mention, Mr. President, distinguished colleague, that with the 3.7 million employed Filipinos in this particular sector, you're looking at additional 1.3 million just with the two projects that you made mention a while ago. So that would increase the number of employed workers in the Philippines, in our country, by at least 1.3 million, and that will reach at least 5 million workers in the sector, Mr. President. Is that a correct statement? Despite the fact that the request made by the department to the DBM ay hindi po naaprubahan, Mr. President.
Yes, that's a correct figure or estimate, about 5 million, but it will just be delayed a little considering that the project will be delayed from 2028. It was pushed back to 2032. So
2032?
Apo, 4 years in the delay as a consequence of that lodging it in the unprogrammed funds. So ganun kagrabe, yung naging epekto. So they are still confident
I'm a bit confused, Mr. President. Dahil parang 1 year lang naman yung difference, but naging 2032 ho?
Because the reason being that the billings or the progress billings during that year, that it was lodged in the unprogrammed funds was not only for 1 year. It was an accumulation of several years. Nagkaroon pa ng suspension of works. So nagpatong-patong talaga. So sad to say that the project has been pushed back by 4 years.
So, Mr. President, the additional 1.3 million jobs that we were supposed to generate and create through the two projects that the distinguished sponsor mentioned a while ago, i-distribute din po yan in the next 5 years. Is that correct? Or it will be achieved by next year, Mr. President? Kasi ongoing naman eh. It is possible, right?
The direct employment will be distributed, Your Honor, Mr. President.
The direct.
What we have to wait for is the indirect.
Siguro,
Yun ang
Mr.
hintay
President,
natin.
I will no longer belabor the issue. Perhaps if we can also just get this data from the department to be submitted to this representation or to the committee at least, yung pong projected jobs that will be generated in this particular sector. Kahit po yung subsector na natin, railways, roads, maritime, and aviation, Mr. President. That would be good, Mr. President, so we can monitor and kung may kailangan tayong gawin, whether legislation or legislative action, we can help in any way we can, Mr. President.
Yes, the OTR Secretary said they will comply.
Mr. President, hindi ko lang makaligtaan yung pong requested capital outlay. Medyo mabigat din po ito yung capital outlay na hindi po binigay, and at the same time kinat sa GAB, kinat pa rin sa ating Senate Committee Report. Na ang nangyari po ay na-reduce ito ng 135.572 billion under the Senate Committee Report. So ito hindi po ito makakaapekto, especially na mostly capital outlay po ito, Mr. President.
What is more important, Your Honor, Mr. President, that yung pong foreign assisted projects natin, the main priority programs, masigurado na malagyan ng pondo. So that's why we put it in the program appropriations. So malaking bagay po yun. And that will be our main growth driver for the DOTR. And then yung pong may portion will still be placed in the unprogrammed appropriations. But hopefully, with the support of Your Honor and the body, I will be proposing a special provision wherein once meron pong progress billing, meron immediate release already para wala hong delays, because this was a concern raised by JICA and the Japanese embassy. So yun po ang ating
Yes,
pong...
Mr. President, just for the record also, Mr. President, this was also discussed last year and this was also mentioned last year na ito po ay nandun mismo sa General Appropriations, the Senate Committee report, Mr. President. And nawala po ito Napunta po sa program, hindi ho ba? So ngayon, Mr. President, ano yung assurance natin na by the time na aprubahan natin ito, pagdating po sa BICAM, hindi na mapupunta ito sa program, Mr. President? Kasi binabanggit nyo, may ilan po na mapupunta pa rin sa program, Mr. President. Is that correct, Your Honor?
We discussed this already with the chairman of Committee
And it's good that the
Finance.
chairperson of the Senate Committee on Finance is with us right now, listening, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, can we also get an assurance, Mr. President, that this will no longer be boxed out from the Senate Committee report until the BICAM, until it becomes a law?
Yes, we discussed this already with the chairman of Committee in Finance, and we both agreed that the bigger portion will now be lodged in the program appropriations, including the government participation. Pero po kasi para hindi naman po masayang yung pondo, those that will be lodged under the program, as I mentioned earlier, pumayag din po ang ating chairman to have a special provision that once the progress billing arrives, priority po talagang tuloy-tuloy.
Ano po yun?
Once the progress billing is due and demandable, there will the release will be expedited as soon as possible without delay.
So ibig
Maglalagay tayo ng special
ibig
provision.
sabihin po ba, Mr. President, distinguished colleague, kung may capacity sila at meron ng progress billing, pwedeng ilagay na rin dun sa regular program? If tama po?
Pwede rin.
Thank you. Thank you,
Mas
Mr.
maganda sa
President.
program, but
Yes.
there's an assurance naman, and with this, the chairman of the Committee on Finance assured that there will be no delays. So, kahit na nasaan program, talagang
By
priority.
the way, Mr.
Tsaka
President-
wala na siya kaagaw Unlike before, meron nung, alam niyo na po, yung sagip at yung mga siningit-singit, may kaagaw. Pero ngayon po, wala na siyang kaagaw sa program appropriations.
And saan program, Mr. President, just to put on record, saan program, Mr. President, ano yung mga prerequisites, Mr. President, bago mag-release mula po doon sa program funds, Mr. President? Tama po ba na sabihin na kailangan may bagong buwis? Tama po ba na kailangan may overcollection sa ating mga government-owned and controlled corporations? Dapat po ba ay ito ay sertipikahan ng iba't ibang departamento ng ating pamahalaan? Is that correct, Your Honor, Mr. President?
There's no need for new revenue generating or any taxes, but those are excess revenues or excess funds that will be collected by third quarter or the end of the year, Your Honor.
And the Department of Finance participation would be...
The Bureau of Treasury, Your Honor.
What? The Bureau of
will
Treasury.
certify.
Through the Department of Finance.
That
And
is
the
correct.
Department of Finance must issue a...
Certification.
Certification. And then after the Department of Finance issues certification, the Department of Budget and Management would have to assure that the funds are available. Is that correct, Your Honor?
That is correct. Through the
So,
SARO.
you know,
They have to
merong
issue the
prerequisite,
SARO.
no? Kaya ho sinasabi nyo, mas maganda na nasa program.
That
Wala
is correct.
dun sa program.
Ideally po, it is
Dahil
it
sa
will be better.
program, marami pong cheche-bureche. Hindi ho basta-basta...
And we will still wait if there are additional revenues, Your Honor.
Exactly.
Tsaka third quarter na. We can only avail of the funds by the third quarter.
And not one person, not one entity in the government can actually access or release the funds. Is that correct, Your Honor?
That is correct.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm very happy for the answer of the distinguished gentleman from Saman. Mr. President, let me go to another topic that I'd like to raise. But anyway, I will be awaiting for the the report and the projected job generation creation for the 4 subsectors, Mr. President, that mentioned by this representation a while ago. Mr. President, yung DOTR po, as the good gentleman from San Juan would know, over the years, no, lagi nating tinatalakay dito sa Senado yung tinatawag na low disbursement rates, Mr. President. In fact, as of December 2024, nasa 54% yung disbursement rate and 48.94% naman as of 2025 in July, Mr. President. So itong delays in fund utilization, naniniwala po ba kayo, Ginoong Pangulo, na pagka merong delay sa fund utilization, meron din pong delay sa job generation? Would that be a correct statement, Your Honor?
That is correct, Your Honor.
So, Mr. President, what accounts for the low disbursement rate, Mr. President? And perhaps the more important question would be if we would know whether in this particular budget that we are deliberating upon, meron na po tayo, if there are measures, initiatives that are in place to ensure that budget delays do not translate to job losses or missed employment opportunities, Mr. President?
Your Honor, Mr. President, the obligation as of October 2025 is 79.27% and the disbursement rate is 53.41%.
53.41%. So,
That is
Mr.
correct.
President, obligated na po yung 79.27%. And may we know, 53.41% po yung disbursement po, no? And we are targeting by end of the year, next week po, December na po, no? Halos December na. Ilan po yung mapapataas natin dito sa percentage na to? So, yun yung magandang itanong po natin. Kasi baka yan din po yung gamitin sa atin pag sinabi natin na kaya binawasan, tinapyasan ng DBM, tinapyasan ng GAB, buti na lang, tinaasan pa ng konti ng ating Senate Committee report.
The projection of DOTR Secretary is that the obligation rate will be about 85% by the end of the year and disbursement rate of about 75%.
So may catch-up plan na po tayo, Mr. President.
They have both catch-up plan and a cash disbursement plan, Your Honor.
Sige, baka pwede lang makahingi po ng copy nun para makita natin how they're going to do it, Mr. President. Mr. President, puntahan po natin yung PUV modernization. And then I'm sure this is also close to the heart of our distinguished colleague, the sponsor of the budget of the OTR. Lagi yung tinatanong sa atin tuwing napag-uusapan yung modernisasyon ng PUV. Ang tanong ho lagi, ito bang modernisasyon ng PUV ay nagbibigay ba ito ng tunay na bagong oportunidad sa ating mga jeepney at bus drivers? O ito ba ating pag-uusapan binibigay pangamba sa ating mga jeepney at bus drivers? Paano natin masisiguro, Mr. President, na pag ito ang usapin, kasi pag ito yung usapin, lumabas po kayo sa kalye, dyan sa Quiapo, dyan sa kung saan po, pag lumabas po kayo dyan, ang usapin na PUV modernization, hanggang ngayon po, hindi ko po nakikita na kasiyahan or joy yung mapi-feel mo sa ating mga drivers, jeepney at bus drivers, but more of being anxious, or nangangamba po sila kung ano ba yung mangyayari dito, Mr. President. So, may we know the plan and the strategy now of the department with regard to this, Mr. President? I actually remember, Mr. President, when Secretary Vince Dizon assumed office in the Department of Transportation, may isa pong execom, Mr. President, na bigyan ako ng pagkakataon na maupo kasama ang ating mga top leaders ng ating DOTR, at nabigyan po tayo ng pagkakataon na makapagsalita doon, maging resource person ng ating mga kasama, Mr. President. So I'm really interested kung ano na po yung update tungkol dito sa PUV modernization.
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to DOTR, the Jeepney Modernization Plan is a good concept, a good program, and has to be prioritized, implemented. Nagkaroon lang ho talaga ng setback because of wrong implementation in the past, but now they are intensifying their efforts to improve the route modification and also operational consolidation. No? Magsasama-sama na po yung iba't ibang operators, no? They will try to resolve. And then when it comes to the jeepney, yung acquisition, DOTR has been negotiating with DBP and Land Bank to restructure the debt para po maging mas magaan po, no? To at the lowest interest possible. And they are now opening the project for tour players to come in to lower the cost of the modern jeep, no? Kasi ngayon po nasa 2.5 million pesos, medyo may kamahalan. If it becomes an open po nila ito for players to come in, then bababa nila ng konti ng standard, it may go as low as 1.2 million pesos per modern jeep, Your Honor. So mas magiging madali, and hopefully with the equity subsidy, yung pong itutulong natin, it will even help the potential operators at least to pay for yung kanila pong modern jeeps, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Especially nung marinig natin sa distinguished sponsor na inaamin ng ating departamento na mali yung mga nauna nang nais i-implement at nais i-force na lunukin ng ating mga jeepney at bus drivers, Mr. President. Natutuwa din po tayo na inaamin ng ating departamento na totoong pinipilit
Ano po? Hinog sa pilit noon. Hindi handa.
Hinog sa
pero pinilit po.
Hindi handa. Imagine ho, pinipilit, walang ruta. Doon sa Bulacan sa amin, ay, babanggitin ko sa inyo mamaya kasi halos 7 taon na ho ako dito, taon-taon na tumatayo about it. Kasi parang ang dami ho doon ng mga nabudol, mga co-ops, transportation co-ops, Mr. President, na pinabili ng mga sasakyan. So parang mayroong mafia na nakakopo, ito lang ang pwedeng bilhin na sasakyan. Dapat ito lang. And bumili ho, hindi nangyari yung modernization, nasira mga ulo ho nila. Wala na ho ngayon. Wala na ho sa transportation sector, Mr. President. And nakakalungkot lang, Mr. President, na hindi napapag-aralan pero ipipilit, kagaya ng sabi ng distinguished sponsor, hinog sa pilit. Kaya I hope and pray, Mr. President, na bago tayo magpilit ng proyekto, iba yung political will eh. Pagka tama naman yung gagawin, yeah, do it. have that political will to implement. Pero pag alam mong mali, yung ruta nga, alam mo nang walang ruta, bakit mo ipipilit? Bakit mo ipipilit kung napakataas noong kailangan nilang bilhin? At walang option yung mga drivers, Mr. President. Mahirap naman po yun. By the way, Mr. President, how many drivers and operators will be affected with this PUV modernization? O meron bang, of course, may risk yan of displacement. Meron na po ba tayong concrete numbers, figures, para masiguro, masabi natin sa taong bayan na this time around, ready na tayo, this time around, napag-aralan na natin, this time around, maraming options available para sa ating mga kababayan at hindi sila talaga pahihirapan.
The target is about 190,000 jeepneys, Your Honor, for modernization, Mr. President.
And we look at the drivers, operators, Mr. President. May we know if there are studies or assessment made by the department to ensure na hindi masyadong tatamaan yung mga may risk of being displaced, Mr. President, once we implement this program.
That's about, if 190,000 jeepneys are used to, about 300 to 400,000 drivers.
300 to 400,000 drivers. Anyway, Mr. President, how many are already, I'm sure mayroong mga nag-ano na po di ba? Ilan na po ngayon yung figures natin na nag-modernize, Mr. President? Out of the universe na target na 190,000?
At present, there are about 12,000 modernized jeepneys already.
12,000. Wala pa palang 10%, Mr. President, no?
Wala pa.
At pag tinignan lalo natin yan, yung mga ruta, mas lalong bababa yung porsyento, Mr. President. Anyway, Mr. President, you made mention about financing. Ano ho yung bagong tinitignan ng ating department para masiguro na mas madali na itong magiging modernization? Kanina, nabanggit ng sponsor natin, if I'm not mistaken, from 2.5 million, ibababa ng 1.2 million. And what about the financing, Mr. President? And will there be other options, Mr. President? Because I remember last time when they were forcing the issue, and I will use that word, forcing the issue, iisa lang yung dapat bibilin na brand para magamit at ma-implement yung modernization, which is ridiculous, Mr. President.
Your Honor, that will not happen again, as Secretary Lopez said that they will really open already the market so that other players can come in to lower the cost, to make it more competitive, and at the same time, they have lowered the standards already para nga din bumaba pa yung cost. Kasi from 2.5 million, target po nila bumaba na 1.2 million. And also, if you would add the subsidy of about 400,000, dati 200 lang yun From 260,000, they have increased the subsidy to 400,000. So at least 800,000 na lang po yung pag-uusapan, no? Yun na lang po ilalabas. So 1/3 of the cost will be shouldered by the subsidy.
Yeah, thank you for that, Mr. President. I remember in the discussion about modernization, PUV modernization last time, even our government banks are already questioning, Mr. President, yung plano noon, no? So I hope by this time, even our land bank, our local banks would support this particular program, Mr. President. Anyway, Mr. President, what about yung mga locally made jeepneys, Mr. President, like Sarao, Malagenya, Mr. President? Naisip po ba natin whether or not pwede silang itap, pwedeng magamit, Mr. President, and part of this PUV modernization, Mr. President?
Your Honor, Mr. President, the reason why they are relaxing the standards so that the local players
Can also come in.
so that the manufacturers that you mentioned, I think even Francisco Motors, meron na po silang modern jeep that they have offered already.
So that's an option now.
That is already an option.
Thank you,
Hindi na
Mr.
yung dating
President.
ini-import.
Yes, yes. And that would mean job creation again for our kababayans. So hindi natin bibigyan ng...
So maganda po, 56 out of the 94 models are locally manufactured and assembled.
Ilan po, Mr. President?
56 out of the 94 models
56.
or 60% are locally manufactured
Nice.
and assembled.
That's good news, Mr. President, and music to the ears of our people who will benefit, Mr. President, from this program. Mr. President, let me go to another topic, Mr. President. You and I authored, Mr. President, yung Occupational Safety and Health Standards Law. And again, we thank the gentleman from San Juan for his support. Mr. President, gusto lang nating pag-usapan yung workplace safety and labor standards across DOTR sector. Ano po yung mga konkretong hakbang ng departamento to ensure their occupational safety? Perhaps my question would be how many inspections were actually conducted in a year? O for example, last year across rail, across the country, yung mga road inspection, aviation, and the maritime sectors, Mr. President. At gusto nating malaman, Mr. President, kung ito'y yung mga mananakay natin na masisiguro that they are safe, Mr. President.
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to our Secretary, when it comes to the two over ODA funded or the foreign assisted projects, ito po dalawang railway natin, very strict po standards, no? Every time there's an part of submissions, kasama po yung ang nagche-check the consultant, JICA, the funders, ADB, and even the contractors, no, are being checked, Your Honor, and DOTR also checks, Your Honor. Medyo very strict and very regular po yung kanila pong checking and compliance.
So it's the different stakeholders who are inspecting, Mr. President.
That is correct.
Wala ho bang on top of it na from the department para masiguro na may accountability, Mr. President? Because safety is non-negotiable. Especially, Mr. President, not just to the passengers, but even for the workers, the transport workers, drivers, mechanics, baggage handlers, airside workers, maritime personnel, who we believe face daily risk just to keep our transportation system running.
Your Honor, Mr. President, the DOTR Secretary said he's welcome to any suggestion from Your Honor, but he said that given that the Japanese, this is an ODA, and the Japanese consultants contractors are in the management team are involved, they are very strict, Your Honor, when it comes to safety. So, but if there's a suggestion that DOTR how the OTR can better participate to make sure that they are on top of the safety procedures that will be followed. They are open to any suggestion.
Under the law that we pass here in the Senate, yung occupational safety and health standards, may inspectors din naman ang DOLE, no? Sila yung i-inspect ng mga workplace, Mr. President. But for me, I feel na yung workplace na pinagtatrabahuhan, yes, pero yung public areas where our passengers go, mga parokyano, nung whether doon sa mga pantalan, DOTR po yun, di ba? DOTR ang may jurisdiction po sa mga yon. And so, Mr. President, for example, may mga corrective actions na ginagawa po kayo kung hindi ito safe or may mali or may pagkukulang yung isang lugar, Mr. President. Sinasanctions niyo po ito, hindi po ba, Mr. President?
That is correct, Your Honor, Mr. President.
So, itong mga bagay na ito, Mr. President, merong particular bureau ang departamento para masiguro ang safety nila. Is that correct, Your Honor? Kasi for example,
Your Honor, Mr. President, ito po ay delegated to the attached agencies. For example, for bus terminals, it will be LTFRB. For the ports, it will be PPA, Your Honor. Airport cap. For the airports, of course, it will be cap.
Yeah. Yeah, for example, yung mga mananakay, yung safety, yung I remember there was a news report doon sa walang life vest. Di ba? Sa DOTR po 'yon.
Marina po 'yan.
Marina,
Yes.
Mr. President. Yes, Mr. President, itong mga Coast Guard natin, and I'm glad that the Senator Loren made mention about this. Yung mga Coast Guard po natin which is receiving 44.6 billion next year, and I'm glad na nasusuportahan po natin yung ating mga Coast Guard. Sila po, alam natin, they face not just harsh weather but geopolitical and maritime threats. And siyempre, kailangan nila ng protection at kailangan nila na masuportahan. How exactly are we improving our